En un contexto global donde los desafíos trascienden fronteras, América Latina y el Caribe pueden ser una fuerza de cambio y oportunidades. La región es capaz de dar respuestas en áreas que son críticas para el futuro del planeta. La Semana de Conocimiento del Grupo BID es un espacio de encuentro único, donde construiremos puentes entre la frontera global del conocimiento y la región. Además, exploraremos cómo el conocimiento apoya políticas públicas, replicando éxitos y evitando errores. Aprende de expertos de clase mundial, construye redes y forma parte de nuestra comunidad global en desarrollo y efectividad. Regístrate ya.
Días nuevamente, saludo a las personas.
Good morning once again. Greetings to all of you. Thank you for being here. So many familiar faces are a pleasure to greet, and also greetings to those people who have joined us online. Remember, at the end of each day, you can claim your digital credit. That will be at the end of the day. Don't worry, you'll have a chance to do that. I'm going to switch to English, but first I want to tell you there's simultaneous interpretation, Spanish, Portuguese, and English. For those of you who are here in person, you have your equipment already. This conversation will be in English.
Group's Knowledge Week 2023. I'm Monica Fonseca, your host for this week, and I trust you had a restful evening and are ready for another day of insightful discussions and valuable connections. We have a busy schedule ahead with even more knowledge and, of course, an excellent session on the horizon. A quick reminder to our online viewers that interpretation services are available through our social channels, while in-person attendees can avail themselves of available interpretation equipment. Additionally, I encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to earn digital credentials, providing open recognition of your valuable participation. Today, our focus centers around the theme of equity and quality. And we begin by exploring the crucial intersection of scaling social investments and poverty relief programs, aiming to create a more inclusive and equitable society. Our objective is to ensure that individuals have access to the resources and opportunities essential for their well-being and prosperity. To guide us through this insightful journey, we have assembled a master class with a panel of distinguished experts, each at the pinnacle of their respective fields. First, we have the honor of welcoming Professor Emerita Sally Granham McGregor from UCLA GOS Institute of Child Health. With a robust career, she has spearheaded numerous projects dedicated to enhancing child nutrition and development in low and middle income countries. Next, we're joined by Sebastián Martínez, Director of Evaluation at the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, known as 3. With over 2 decades of experience, Dr. Martínez leads generating policy-relevant evidence through impactful evaluations and applied research. Last, but certainly not least, we have Marta Rubio Codina, Senior Economist at the IDB Social Protection and Health Division. She's specialized in early child development projects and has made a significant contribution to critical fields in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm round of applause to these esteemed experts.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm really very excited to be here with the good friends and see very many familiar faces. And I'd like to share something with you that's been bothering me and the team working on ECD at the IDB for quite a while. And these are the words that a child whose mother has secondary education completed or more recognizes in a vocabulary test. This is a child age 5. And now let me show you the words that a child of the same age but whose mother has never gone to school or never completed primary education recognizes in the same vocabulary test. And so clearly what this shows is that children coming from vulnerable families are at a huge disadvantage, even before they start primary school. And sadly, this is a very good example of what we call the intergenerational transmission of poverty. Now the question is, can we reduce these disparities? Can we break the cycle of poverty? And so I'd like to tell you a story. Let's go back to Jamaica in the mid-80s. The ladies in the picture, they're community health aides that were trained as home visitors of a parenting program. For 24 months, they were delivering home visits to families of children ages 1 to 2 living in poor slums, in poor households in the slums of Kingston, Jamaica. The visits, they were following, during the visits, what they were doing, they were showing mothers how to engage in play and language activities with their children. These activities were following a structured curriculum, meaning that they were well tailored to the child's age and the child's developmental level. And so playing is essential for children of this age. It really is the way they learn. And so I'm glad to say that the program had benefits. The cognitive, language, and motor development of these children increased as a result of the visits, as shown by the findings of a very solid randomized control trial. And not only that, over time, these kids did better in school, and they stayed longer in school, and they were followed over time. And when they were 31, they still had higher IQ. They stayed in school longer. They had achieved higher educational levels. They were more conscientious and had better executive functions more generally. They also had better mental health, and they were less likely to engage in risky behaviors such as drugs. And also, the cherry on top of the cake, at least for economists, they were making 37% more money than their peers. But this was only 64 children in Kingston, Jamaica. So the question for many years that we've been involved in at the IDB and many other institutions has been, well, can we reach many more children? Can we get to an entire country? And so the answer is, yes, we can. And I'd like to tell you about the home visiting service of the CUNAMAS program in Peru. We had the minister that made it possible yesterday telling us a little bit about it. And I'll tell you the backstory. So CUNAMAS in Peru offers home visits to pregnant women and to children, families of children under 3 in poor rural areas all over the country. And the visits are weekly, 1 hour, follow a similar structure to the Jamaica visits. The content is largely based on the Jamaica model, but the materials have been suitably adapted to the reality of the diversity of the country, with specific materials being developed for the Amazon region and for the Andean region. And you see some examples of those materials on the picture on the slide. We also added local games and local songs. And the home visitors, they were women from the community. They were mostly women, but not only. There were also some men. And they are drawn from the communities themselves. You see the lady in the green jacket is the home visitor. Mother and child are on the bed. And the reason why they come from the community, it's twofold. On the one hand, so that we can reach even the most remote areas, but also so that we increase ownership and appropriation from the community. So they have secondary education at best, but they are trained and supported throughout by a mentor who is also from the area, but who, if possible, has college education. So each home visitor is responsible for 10 families, and each mentor is responsible for 10 home visitors. So over time, between 2012 and 2015, the program, CUNAMAS, was able to put a structure all over Peru with about 670 mentors that were supporting 6,700 home visitors that were servicing 67,000 families. This is all over the country, and it was done entirely from scratch within 3 years. Now, between this period also, 2012 to 2015, the Ministry of Finance, together with the IDB, we also work on designing an impact and putting in place, running an impact evaluation so that we could identify the impacts of the program. We collected data on over 5,600 children in 180 districts, countrywide in rural areas. These were randomly allocated to treatment, which received the intervention, and to control, which did not receive the home visits. And that was done taking advantage of the gradual phase out of the program over the entire country. And so yet again, it did work. Children's cognitive and language and motor development improved. And this is very good news on its own, but it was also very good news at the time because it allowed that the program had a fixed line on the national budget. So it continued to grow. And today, it is servicing over 117,000 families all over the country. So it is a real at-scale program, entirely run by a government agency. So the answer to the question, as I told you, is yes. Home visits can be run, can be implemented at scale. Now, I'd like to show you my one final slide before we go to the panel discussion. And, well, so we have scale on this graph, scale on the x-axis, and we've got impact on the y-axis. And I'd like us to compare Jamaica and Peru. We see in Jamaica, scale is small, 64 beneficiaries, but very high impact size is 0.88 of a standard deviation. No matter the standard deviation, it's 0.88. In Peru, we have 67,000 beneficiaries by the time the impact evaluation came to an end. The impact was substantially smaller, 0.8 of a standard deviation, and we do not know if these benefits are going to be sustained or not. They were sustained in Jamaica. So large scale, large impact, high quality in Jamaica, large scale, large quantity, large number of beneficiaries in Peru. The question is, can we have them both? Can we have quantity and quality at the same time? And this is why today we're joined, and I'm pleased to be joined by Sally Ganton-McGregor and Sebastian Martinez. We've all known each other for quite a while. Sally is not only one of the top specialists and the most influential person in the field of early childhood, but also a dear friend. She's my mentor. She is responsible she created the Jamaica intervention. She led the implementation and the evaluation, and then many years later, we traveled together to Peru to help the Peruvian government set up CUNAMAS. So it's a pleasure to have you here. And Sebastian, we met many, many years ago in Mexico. Since then, he's led so many impact quality. Sally, what do you think? What has your experience been?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but no, I don't think we can. I think that, I'm sure it's possible to have both, but it's going to take time to get there. It's well established now that you can make life change. And we've already got now 18 RCTs from 8 different countries, showing, on average, substantial benefits to the children's development. But can we get it to scale? I don't think we've done it yet, but we've learned a lot. I'll give an example. In Bangladesh, we started a program, and we gradually built it up until we got a model we thought could go to scale. And we did 45, the health staff did the visiting, and we got a massive impact, right up to 1 standard score, which is almost unheard of. And we were on the crest of the wave. We handed over to the Ministry of Health, and we extended to 500 clinics to reach 22,000 children. And we trained just the senior trainers, and then we left them. And when we went back to evaluate, we had great difficulty finding a benefit. Not. But one of the reasons I think is really important was I always felt that the Ministry of Health never owned the project. They never owned child development. They owned health and nutrition, but they didn't own child development. And also, we failed to identify a champion, a leader in the Ministry of Health, and a small department preferably, who could lead with passion, lead the early childhood part of the program. And I think that this is really essential. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong person. I think that this is really essential.
Sebastian, thank you, Sally. Thanks very much. Sebastian, what has your experience been? Do you think we can have both quantity and quality in the fight against poverty?
So I'm going to be a little bit more optimistic than Sally. I think that we can, but I think that it's not easy. I don't think that the connections are direct. And so we have to be willing to learn and to adapt along the way. I've been involved at this stage the last 20 years, working, collaborating, really having the privilege to work on probably dozens of impact evaluations. Some of those were already evaluations of programs at scale, so large effectiveness trials, essentially. Many of them were also small efficacy trials. And many of those didn't go to scale. But I'm going to share with you two examples of programs that I think arguably did scale and scaled relatively well. So sticking with the early childhood theme, the first of those projects was a preschool program in Mozambique. Now, we're talking 15 years ago. There was just emerging evidence on the effectiveness of the preschool model for children's development. And almost all of that evidence came from Latin America region. And Africa had very little evidence and no randomized trials, so no impact evaluation evidence to date coming out of Africa. And so I worked as part of a team to set up the first RCT in Mozambique, testing a community-based preschool model. And that experience brought several important pieces of data that helped scale. The first, and something that was actually unanticipated to me at the time, was that we actually generated data for the first time on the conditions of these children, data that the government officials had never seen. So the baseline was extremely influential. It was the first time that decision makers were able to actually look at hard data on what the status of their children was. And there were clear reasons to be concerned. Second, once the evaluation was done, it showed that the program was highly effective at improving child development, at improving school enrollment, and other schooling outcomes. And third, and probably most important of all, we did a careful job of measuring costs throughout this project. And what we showed was that these impacts were being delivered for less than $3 per child per month. So you have an effective program that is low cost, and that is going to be an attractive proposition to the client, to the government. So this project was adopted. It was scaled. Initially, the pilot was run as an intervention with the civil society organization, Save the Children. This program was then adopted by the government, and it was scaled in what they called a national pilot to 350 communities and 50,000 children. So we went from 30 communities to 350 in the next phase. The second experience is a case in Mexico, and I worked on this project as part of an evaluation team many years ago, looking at impacts of a program. It was a state-level program in northern Mexico that was replacing dirt floors with cement floors, with the intention of improving the health of the families, their welfare, their living conditions. And this program caught the attention of the national government. And so they brought on a team of researchers to help them look at the effectiveness of this project. And we ran the impact evaluation, and again, we showed big improvements of having cement flooring on a range of outcomes, including child health, diarrhea, diarrheal disease, parasitic infestations, mom's well-being, a whole range of outcomes. And so this evidence was presented as part of a transition of governments at the federal level, and the new government made a decision based on this evidence, looking across the cost effectiveness of different alternatives, to massively scale up the piso firme, or firm floors program. And over the next 6 years, Mexico invested around $1.2 billion and installed something like 2.5 million firm floors all across the country. And an ex post analysis by the National Evaluation Commission in Mexico estimated that thanks to this investment, the program, the country lifted close to 1 million Mexicans out of extreme poverty. So while these, I think, are two examples of cases that where the evidence has really fed into the scaling, I would, maybe argue that there could be important differences with the case that we were looking at. So scaling infrastructure, for example, building preschools or installing firm floors might be quite different from building relationships, which is what you need to do in the case of a home visiting program.
Right, no, that's correct, thanks. It's very impressive that you managed to scale up to 2.5 million floors. And as you're saying, well, evidence was critical in these instances. Sally, you were pointing at ministry ownership or ownership of the implementing agency. And as you were just pointing at now, Sebastian, yes, perhaps it sounds like successful scale-up does very, very much depending on the context, on the situation, on the nature of the intervention. So do you think, though, there's some essential elements, there is a secret recipe for successful scale-up? And if there isn't, then can we try and work it out together? Sally, why don't you share some insight?
Well, I agree with Sebastian that programs that involve relationships are much more complex to scale up than infrastructure programs. And I was married to a construction person, so I know about infrastructure. The problem is this: we have multiple examples of how programs can benefit children, but implementation itself can actually obliterate the impact if it's not done properly. What we really need now is more implementation research to guide us on how to go to scale successfully. I don't think you can go to scale, but the problem is to continue to be effective and as effective. That's what we're struggling with. Whenever you go to scale, you usually get a cluster of demands of how you should change things, and it's always reduce the impact. I'm sure you're familiar with this. They want to reduce the training. I don't know if you've done the training, but training is absolutely critical when you're doing an early childhood program. They always want to reduce the time of the training. They want to reduce the frequency of the sessions. They want to reduce the number of supervisions that take place. They want to reduce the contacts, the frequency of the contacts, and even the number of toys. Now, I'm not saying you can't reduce a lot of these things, but we have to be really careful that we keep the vital components that are responsible for having that impact on the child. And we really need more information on this. But we do know we've learned quite a lot from all these studies. You can't do 18 RCTs and not learn something, otherwise we're in trouble. We've learned, for instance, you can change delivery. small groups are as good, as effective on child development as home visits. And that immediately makes it more accessible. Location can change. You can have community groups, you can have clinic groups, we can have home visits. You can have a good impact on all of those. Frequency. Every 2 weeks is just as good. Well, it seems just as good as weekly. We don't have long-term follow-ups on these questions, only short-term. Targeting. Now, this is an interesting one. What seems to be very common finding is that stunted children or undernourished children benefit a lot more from these play programs. And often everybody's focusing on nutrition the whole time, but these children need play. It's really important. We know their development is atrocious, and if we can just put in some stimulation, they will benefit more. So if there's a demand and you can't meet the whole demand for all the children, you should really consider targeting on the children most at risk. The other things we've learned is time. It takes time with these programs to go to scale. You can't just say, right, it's yours, and walk away, which we almost did in Bangladesh. I mean, we did stay and train some senior people, but you have to stay connected for quite a long time. It's not something that happens overnight. It's not like building a school and walking away, you know? You need constant monitoring to maintain the standard. And to begin with, more frequent, with feedback and response to the feedback. What I find quite often is you get the data collected, but nobody reads it and acts on it straight away. They do at the end of the trial, and it's too late then. It's got to be something ongoing. And finally, we've learned you have to be very flexible. Well, I think you've already got that impression. But you have to take into account the local child rearing practices, which means you have to know them. The family structure, are they extended families or single mums? And even the local community. If you can influence the local community, it can be enormously helpful. Well, that's...
Sebastian, what would you add to that?
So I'm going to have to agree with a lot of what Sally said. I think it's really, the secret recipe is ultimately about learning and adapting. I will have to confess here publicly that impact evaluations don't give you all the answers. They give you a lot, but not all of them. One of the things that we embrace at 3IE is a mixed methods approach to doing impact evaluation. And so impact evaluations are very good for answering questions of cause and effect. So they tell you whether something worked and how big the effect was and whether that effect was significant and so on. But they're not as good as telling you why they worked or why they didn't work. And so we want to bring in other evaluation approaches to complement impact evaluations to learn along the way. So we work, embedding process evaluations into our impact evaluations. We work in bringing in, rigorous monitoring data, in doing the costing and the costing analysis, in having, embedding A/B tests, something that was talked about yesterday, sort of more rapid evaluations that give you responses more quickly during the cycle. And so all of these things ultimately come together as a whole to help us learn and help us learn how to do that scaling better.
Thank you. So it sounds like we don't quite yet have the secret recipe worked out, but it does involve paying a lot of attention to implementation, adaptation, a thorough adaptation process that is sensitive to and loyal to the original model, but also all of that needs to come along with a strong research agenda, a solid evaluation strategy that combines various methods and allow us to learn along the way and be flexible. Sally, I'm so glad you talked about the importance of play and stimulation for nutrition children. And that takes me back to Peru and for a minute, because what happened in Peru is that we faced a change in government administration while the program was expanding. And so that naturally, well, not naturally, but it did involve a change in priorities. And so what happened is a lot of the shift from that 1 hour visit was placed from play to health and nutrition. And then we've seen the home visitors were local women. We turned them experts into play and into delivering a play visit intervention. But now all of a sudden they had to become experts on health and on nutrition and on reducing chronic malnutrition and reducing anemia. And perhaps that's a lot to ask about. And so that we believe, we don't have the data to show, but that it detrimentally affected programs. So this is one of the examples that you face along the way when you go to scale. I'd like to ask you whether you faced similar or other types of challenges in the process of scale up.
We face so many challenges.
Okay.
Where to start?
Tell us.
It's not just changes in government are always very threatening. And if you're identified with one political party and then another party gets in, there's a danger that they may identify that program as belonging to the other party. So you have to be aware of that from the very beginning and tread very carefully. But it's not just changes in government, it's changes within government. We have examples of where the senior people in the government keep getting changed from one post to another. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. It's sometimes you feel like they're playing musical chairs, and all the people in government keep changing. It's almost as bad as the UK, where we can't keep count of our prime ministers. Sorry, but it's true. I'll give you an example of a change. It was Bangladesh, and we were working with a junior minister who was very cooperative and very helpful and really assisting us to get into the health services. And we got a big grant from a funding agency dependent on being matched by the government. And when the grant eventually came, it always takes a bit of time, that minister was no longer in post. They'd moved them to another post altogether, which is very common. But we could no longer get the money. So that we had several weeks of total panic until my collaborators managed to raise the funds from a local NGO, and we survived. But it just flags up the danger of depending on one co-op, one even political party, or one person in helping you get things through. You've really got to be aware of the problems. And there's another problem that we've come across. The employment method of the government, when they give employment contracts, to field workers, they give very, very short ones, maybe only as little as 6 months. I can see some nodding heads in the audience, I'm glad. And obviously, these women need security. So as soon as they get a secure offer for a job, they leave. So the turnover is enormous. And you spend your whole time enrolling new staff, training new staff, adding enormously to the cost of the project, but also reducing your kind of experience, your measure of experience in your working group.
Effort.
Yeah, thank you. And we also break the tie between the mother and the visitor if they keep changing, you know, and that's one of the things we're very mindful of. Now, I move on. Another thing that international agencies, I'm not looking anywhere, international agencies and sometimes economists, I don't know whether I dare go here, usually recommend that you integrate into other services, particularly the health service. There's a big Lancet series about integrating into the health services. It's theoretically much more cost effective. But also there's a recent article in review in Lancet saying that the most health services in low and middle income countries are substandard. They're not attaining their own goals. So that if you happen to be in a country where the health service is really struggling, it may not be wise to piggyback them. Now, if it's doing quite well, like in Jamaica, for instance, the health services are doing quite well, then it's reasonable to piggyback them. But in some countries where they're really struggling, malnutrition is going up and things like this, the vaccination program is too much for them. It's no good telling them, well, now you must play with children. You know, it's not going to work. So you have to discover other ways.
So I guess I'd focus in maybe on three things, more from the evaluator's perspective.
Please.
The first, maybe obvious, and I'll give some examples, is changing operating conditions, which can really change the dynamics of how a program works at scale. The two other things are general equilibrium effects and externalities that we may not see when programs are implemented very small. So things like changing local prices or changing labor market conditions. And the third is around achieving economies of scale, which is, I think, what we all sort of have in mind when we scale, but also potentially diseconomies of scale. And I think, you know, it's an open question that needs to be examined of which of those two is taking place when you have a program at scale. So just sort of coming back to the examples in Mozambique and in Mexico, one of the things that we experienced with the pilot phase of the project in Mozambique, it was implemented by Save the Children, a very nimble civil society organization. They were able to get these schools up and running relatively quickly. In some communities, even before the actual physical school was built, they were already running classes under a tree. And the schools were built quickly using local materials, and you know, in a matter of months, the school was operational. Once that program was scaled and became subject to the rules and regulations, let's say, of the national government, the standards changed. And so now the construction was going to be brick and mortar, and the procurement processes were going to be much more complex. And all of these things ultimately led to you know, a much longer period of time before the program actually was rolled up and effectively scaled. Now, the flip side of that is that you may actually have benefits in the long run in terms of sustainability. So another project that I worked on here at the IDB with several colleagues in Bolivia, which also was a community preschool model and invested in upgrading existing community preschools, suffered a lot of the same challenges of implementation. But one of the effects that we saw in the evaluation was that these investments, which were costly and time-consuming, ultimately increased the survival rate of these preschools dramatically. Right. And so schools that had been intervened had a much lower probability of stopping, of ceasing to exist and ceasing to work. So there may be, you know, it's a cost, but it may have a long-term benefit in terms of sustainability. Just very quickly on the, coming back to the case in Mexico, something that I found very interesting, I was no longer involved in evaluating the program once it went to the national level, but one of the things that I found very interesting is that coming to the question of economies or diseconomies of scale, the actual cost per household of implementing at the national level was several times higher than the cost had been at the state level program. And so we might expect that these kinds of things happen when, for example, geography changes, right? And so if now the cost of moving materials to remote areas is much higher, it may be much more costly to implement something at scale than it was in its original context. So we need to look very carefully at these things.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a very good point, because one doesn't really think of these economies of scale when thinking of scale up, but yes, reaching hardest to reach areas, you know, getting the materials there, but maybe you need different materials. In the home visiting world, we face these situations also in terms of logistics of distribution of materials, or perhaps we rely on homemade toys, we rely on a lot of plastic, and there's been contexts where plastic is non-existent, and so we had to face the dilemma of introducing plastic in a plastic-free area, and so think about alternatives, and we consider it, well, at one point clay was suggested, but then clay is dirt, you know, it's dirty, and so there's a whole bunch of issues that come up with the process of scale-up and going to new, more remote.
Great.
Which one? Banana cut? Okay, we'll take note. So no, the challenges of going to scale really are enormous. There's so very many. You've listed quite a few, and I'm sure we could spend the day writing down the list of the things that, and the audience may have very many others to add. In any event, it does seem like having evidence and documenting the process, documenting what goes along seems to be critical. And in fact, in the ECD world, we have plenty of evidence from efficacy trials. You've just named 18 different RCTs just on the reach-up model. There's many others from many other models. But what I think we're missing is sufficient evidence documenting the process and documenting all of this, the adaptation and the implementation. And also, and there's never any talk or very little talk about what does not work and the things that go wrong. We tend to be quiet about those, but they can be very informative about, for others not to make the same mistakes or for sharing experiences. So, Sally, you've always been a pioneer. You created the Jamaica model. You also managed to get early childhood development on the policy scene by having the Lancet journal publish a whole series on early childhood development for the first time in 2007. That was the first of 3 series. And that really put ECD on the policy scene. And Sebastian, you've not only spent all of your professional career conducting impact evaluations and advising teams, but also on sharing what you had learned, on building capacity. You've run so very many trainings of some sorts. You wrote a book about it. And so, given that we are on Knowledge Week, I'd like to ask you to help us think about the strategies that we can come up with to have policymakers, translate evidence for policymakers at the various levels of government and make it actionable.
So, I think this is a really critical point, and I'd like to maybe focus in on two aspects. One is generating credible evidence, and the second is generating evidence that is accessible to decision makers. And credibility is critical because people who are going to be making decisions based on the evidence want to believe that that evidence reflects the truth, right? And so there are several approaches, strategies, I think that we've learned can really enhance the credibility of research and of evaluation. The first one is sort of the open science movement. And there's several elements to that. We have a team at 3IE that is working actively in this area, along with several other organizations. And these include practices such as pre-registration. So committing ahead of time to a hypothesis and publicizing that hypothesis to the world. That's going to make it much harder to torture the data later on, or to tell a story that you didn't set out to tell. We never have tortured data.
We'll still do it.
The second would be computational reproducibility. So having data and code available so that other researchers can grab onto those data and basically, hopefully, come out with the same point estimates that you have in your original study. Something that may be obvious but is really important is having ethical research that respects human subjects and adheres to all of those best practices. So these good practices of open science are something that will enhance credibility. The second one is, I think, coming back to the examples, both of the examples, is that decision makers really care about costs. And measuring costs can't be an afterthought. So we shouldn't design an impact evaluation, forget about the cost side, and then at the end of the study, have a quick and dirty back of the envelope calculation. And I would admit that I'd be guilty of doing that in some cases, but now I think taking a much more systematic approach to actually, in the same way that we've moved to thinking about designing impact evaluations prospectively, so designing them at the time the project is designed, we think about measuring costs and having our economic analysis, whether that be a cost effectiveness analysis or a cost benefit analysis, defined at onset. I think that's really important for the credibility of the results. And last, I guess, just having a complete set of measurements of both intended and unintended outcomes that really follow along a well-thought-out theory of change. And so those things are all going to help us to enhance the credibility of the evaluation results and informed decision-making. On the evidence translation side and making the evidence accessible, I mean, there's the obvious things like, writing in clear and accessible language, but, decision makers tend to be really busy people. And many of them, some will, I'm not generalizing here, but many of them won't have the time or the patience to sit down and read the 80-page report. And so synthesizing, translating that evidence, those lessons learned into accessible 2-pagers or slide decks, that's really important for making the results usable by the decision maker. And then maybe, last but definitely not least, investing in bringing the body of evidence together. So at 3IE, we have an entire office based in London that is our synthesis office, and they are experts at pulling together the evidence in meta-analyses and evidence gap maps so that this evidence is usable, so that it can be translated to the decision maker in an accessible way.
No, that's wonderful. I guess the cost aspect, how do we measure cost comparably, collect data on cost comparably, is a challenge. So
we'll have a guideline out shortly.
Oh, excellent. That's wonderful. That's really excellent. Sally, how can we make evidence actionable?
Well, I think that, politicians, I agree with everything you said, quite honestly. But I'm a pushover. I think that most politicians are interested in data, and they do want to see data, but it's got to be simple, clear data. And Latin America is awash with data. You have the data, and a simple slide showing what happens for a child in poverty and what happens to their development if you don't do anything, and 2 slides, and a simple slide, or I should say graph, I may not be a slide, showing what you can do with an intervention. That's enough to grab their attention, usually. But then what happens is that's not enough for them to do the program. You've got their attention. Now what you do? You have to be able to recommend a program that to them is feasible and within their budget, which really is a challenge. And that's where we really need a bit more information. There's not one size fits all, I'm afraid, when it comes to this, because the choice will vary by country. It will depend on what human resources they have, obviously what economic resources they have, and it will also depend on the available services. Is there a service that's good enough and interested and knows enough about child development and willing to integrate child development into it? It may take years. In Jamaica, it was years. And then they came to us and asked us, would we do it? It was marvelous. But it took like 20 years before that happened. But it takes a long time. But it shouldn't take 20 years. But it does take time to influence people sufficiently. The other thing is, if you're lucky, you might find a service that actually has the same aim as you, like the Anganwadis in India. They're after improving child development. We did a program, and other people have done it too, of upgrading Anganwadis. Where you've got a system where the children are all coming to some centres, it's so much easier to reach so many children quickly. And if they're willing to collaborate with you, then you could really move much faster. There's also things like in Latin America, there's lots of examples. Home visiting in Ecuador, that's a screaming example to piggyback. Then there's also the alternative of setting up a totally new service, which is actually what they did in Peru. They set up a new service. And they've also, I haven't mentioned it, but they've also done it in China. And both in China and Peru are sustainable. China's been running for 6 years now. It was evaluated at first, but the catch is we haven't, well, I'm not aware of it, we haven't evaluated since the baseline kind of evaluation. And the thing is, you really have to keep monitoring it to see if the effectiveness is still there. But it is sustainable, and that is part of going to scale. If it's not sustainable, it's a waste of time. Well, and I don't want to stop talking.
Okay.
Giving a down, giving a pessimistic look, and I'm frightened that I have done. Because we have come a long way, and even in Bangladesh, when I gave you that example of no benefit being found when they went to local scale anyway, the government have now put in their 5-year plan child development. And it just shows you how long it takes to get through your message. So I think we're really on an upscale there.
Yeah.
The other thing is, don't forget we need allies in this. And not only to inform the public, because we really need more lobbying with the public for them to demand it. So we need to engage with not just the national leaders, but the regional leaders and the community, the NGOs, civil society, and the media. We don't do much local media, but the politicians do listen to local media, because that's what determines who's going to vote them in next, to some extent. So if we can engage these and get them on our side, they can be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, and I think there's many reasons to be optimistic. The 5-year plan in Bangladesh, Jamaica's finally scaling up, and many other good examples. We're doing a lot of work in the region. Just very quickly, because we're almost out of time, and we'd like to leave some time for questions. Just tell us, why do you do what you do? What inspires you, Sebastian? And then Sally, in a minute, because they're giving me signs.
I mean, when I am having a hard time getting out of bed in the morning,
exactly.
I think about the results that the work at places like the IDB can have for.
So how to sustain reading programs?
Constantly working at it. I mean, you can't give up on it. This is the thing. You can't turn away. I mean, I've in a long lifetime, I've worked with programs and they're doing really well. I've moved on to something else, and I've gone back and you wouldn't know I'd ever been there. It disappears very quickly. You have to build in sustainability. I'm sorry,
So,
got me on hold.
I'm going to agree with Sally, but I'm also going to disagree. So I think it is important to put in our best effort to test good ideas rigorously, to give them sufficient time to mature and manifest in terms of effects. But I also think that when we are convinced that something is not working, it's time to give up and to try something else. And so it is a cycle of learning. What's important is that the outcome doesn't change. The objective doesn't change. We still want to achieve improved learning and literacy for youth or children. The question is, how do we do that, and how do we do that effectively?
Okay. Thank you, Sebastian. Marta, please.
No, I'll just add, I mean, yes, the how is so important, and so being flexible and learning along the way and modifying the approach to things is critical, but at the same time ensure what's been said all along, that you have enough ownership and that you put a structure in place that allows also the financing of the program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next question. Thank you, Marta. Marta, I think is, the question was from Marcela, not Marta, and she's online viewing us from that camera over there. So that's why I'm saying that. Okay, we go now with Michael Robbins from Learning Path Makers Pregunta. Question, what do you see as the potential for AI innovations in scaling social services? Who would like to answer? All of you, or just a few?
I'm too old to think of AI.
So, I mean, at 3IE, we have a working group that we call the Data Innovations Group that looks at questions of bringing on board these new technologies to help us to do evaluation. Evaluation, of course, is our core business. And so AI is one of maybe the frontiers in terms of bringing in these new technologies. But innovations and new technology that we, I think, have been able to incorporate, are still working on doing, are, for example, bringing in remote sensing data. So bringing in alternative sources of data that may be available more readily, more cheaply, more quickly, et cetera. AI can be part of that process. Machine learning is another one that has caught a lot of attention in the last 5 to 10 years. And so, I think that to a large degree, there's a lot of the future, let's say, of this field will be in adopting these technologies. But these, I think, I see them as, again, sort of complements to the rigorous approach that impact evaluation brings. It doesn't substitute the basics of doing a good impact evaluation.
Yeah, in testing children, so all of this cognitive and language tests, I have a battery of items, very many, and so there's some approaches now, and you have to go one after the other depending on how the child performs. And so they're using, I don't know if it's AI, but technology to do adaptive testing. So the machine, whatever it is, the phone spit out the next question depending on the child's performance. So it's not the same series of items to one child. It varies depending on performance. So that's called adaptive testing. And so it reduces testing time. It's quite helpful. The global scales for early development are using that, which is a new effort to measure children under 3 globally. It is using that approach. Also, perhaps in terms of, in terms of intervention. So the home visitor goes to the home, and then she has to plan what she's going to do, depending on how the child has responded in the previous visit and how the family goes along. And so we've been using so far, you saw the Cunamas cartilla, so it's fichas, physical pieces of paper, and the home visitor has to sort through that. But there's been some people thinking about introducing those into tablets and then having the tablet with some minimum input from the home visitor tell you what to do
Doing
next.
it in Brazil.
See, you have some.
Yeah, I never call that AI. But depending on our curriculum is hierarchical. It's arranged in order of difficulty. And in Brazil, you record what the child did, and it tells you what to do next. Okay. What would be appropriate to do next.
So it's this adaptive.
But I would like to find how we can record whether a session of play takes place and what was it like and how many people visited. That would be enormously helpful. Okay. And I don't know if Michael Kramer, he was talking about a community health worker. Software. I was quite interested in tracking that down.
So there's advances, and we're trying to use technology to improve the way we deliver and measure interventions.
Next one, from Antonella. Does the impact, just a second, please. Here. Does the impact assessment include in-depth interviews with beneficiary mothers?
Should do.
I think it should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it should. I mean, this comes back to mixed methods.
Right.
So we want to combine quantitative data and quantitative estimates with learnings that are coming out of qualitative methods. It allows us to go deeper and to explore areas we can't necessarily do with the quant data. But
simple questions. We're doing it right now. Simple questions like, how long did you have to wait before they started? How many mothers were there when you went there?
Okay.
And things like that. Yeah. You were asked the mothers. It sounds really simple, but you really need this information objectively.
Perfect.
So I confess we have collected it on some occasions. For instance, in Colombia, it was not analyzed. It's lack of time. And it's harder data to process, and we're not very well skilled to do it.
AI could
but yes, we should collect more and should come up. AI, yes,
that's a good
it wasn't
AI.
available at the time.
Yeah.
But we should rely more on beneficiary and the implementers, the home visitors.
The home visitors themselves should be interviewed too. They're important. Their impressions can be very helpful.
Yeah.
We always interview the home visitors and the mothers at the end of projects. We see it's too late. It should be ongoing. So we can change as we go along.
Professor Sebastian and Marta, thank you very much. We don't have more time. Of course, we do have more questions. We can be here for hours, but we need to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it all right? I don't know. Sorry, I kept forgetting to look at you.
Nice job.
This masterclass underscores the imperative for a comprehensive and multidimensional approach in addressing the complex and interlinked factors that contribute to poverty. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Welcome back, everyone. Before we proceed, let me remind you that we're offering simultaneous interpretation in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, for both our in-person audience and online viewers. So please select the language that suits you best. Same here. Interpretación, no traducción. Interpretación, el que necesite. Learning from both successes and failures in international development is crucial for progress. Success offers insight. Ultimately enhancing the effectiveness and impact of development efforts worldwide. Today, we're privileged to host a panel of seasoned experts who have not only celebrated success, but also gather invaluable lessons for their encounters with setbacks and challenges. They are here to impart their wealth of experience to us. Leading this discussion is our moderator, Ferdinando Regalia, manager of the Social Sector Department at the IDB. He's joined by a phenomenal lineup, including Ethan Wong, Senior Program Officer at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Alfredo Wateman, Secretary of Economic Development of Bogotá, Emma Iriarte, Executive Secretary for the Mesoamerica Health Initiative at the IDB, and Carolina González Velosa, Labor Market Senior Specialist at the IDB. Please give a warm welcome to our guests.
Thanks very much to all of you. Good morning, bon dia, bonjour, buenos dias, and my polyglot is going to stop here. So the rest is going to be in English. This is going to be a panel, a little bit in English, a little bit in Spanish. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you present here in the auditorium, but also with our audience online. So I'm not a very big TV watcher, but I don't know if you've ever seen the Netflix series Atypical. Let's see in the room. Have you seen it? I saw it because I have adolescents. So those who saw this series, they know the main character is Sam. Is an 18-year-old on the autism spectrum, and the entire series tells the story of his search for independence and love. But Sam has also a great dream. He wants to go some days to Antarctica, which, by the way, is also my dream. And he studies all the historical expedition to the Antarctica. And he ends up with a conclusion that I think is not only very true for big expedition, it's also very true for our programs and projects, and also for our life project, at least mine. And the truth is that there is no expedition that happens as scheduled. Nothing ever really goes absolutely according to the plans. There are successes, there are setbacks, there are failure. I think the big challenge for all of us is actually to learn from those setbacks and failure and to turn them into successes. And it's not easy. We all know that. To discuss these topics today, and this is a sensitive topic, rarely we talk about failures. And I think some of the panelists are a bit nervous. I'm nervous as well to talk about failure. We have 4 distinguished panelists, and they come from different walks of life. We have a leader in the public sector, a great representative, one of the major foundations in the world, Ethan, and we have 2 IDB specialists working in 2 important sectors, health and social protection and labor market. I want to establish some rule of the game, and it is, I'm going to be silent. You're going to make the talks. I'm going to ask one question. It's always for all. So I'm going to wait for volunteer. The first one on the blocks is going to answer the question. But also feel free to complement what the other panelists have said in whatever language you want to talk. And also feel free, when you don't agree with what other panelists have said, to actually intervene and say it. So I'm going to start with the first question. Let's start talking about failure. What does failure mean in your organization or initiative that you have been leading? Who is the first volunteer? I'm going to put Ethan on the spot.
I'll start. Warren Buffett is a longtime co-trustee and benefactor of the Gates Foundation, made a very significant contribution to the work of the organization years ago. And has multiple times in its history come and shared guidance of what his expectations are, which are aligned with Bill and Melinda's, for what the organization should be doing. And his guidance, and he's very folksy and good at conveying these sort of principles. And he said, the job of the Gates Foundation is to swing for the fences. And what he meant is that the organization is set up to tackle some of the world's biggest challenges. And so what that implies is that if you're succeeding most of the time, you're probably taking on the wrong problems. So expectation coming in is that there will be failure. And so failure is, I'm not going to say that it's not a very controversial or sometimes scary prospect, but it is kind of core to what we're doing. And that brings us to the second piece in the organization, which is that learning is its own kind of success. So if we don't achieve the results we expect, for many, that's considered a failure. But if you learn through the experience, then that gets you closer to the goal itself. So I'd say that failure in the organization probably has more to do with not learning from the experiences, both from the investments and work that we do, but then also what's going on in the field. That is failure. That's not acceptable.
Thank you, Ethan.
I think, perdón, voy a hablar en español. Sí, gracias. La definición, después de 10 años de trabajar en Salud Mesoamérica, que es una iniciativa basada con un modelo basado en resultados en 8 países, con mucha complejidad, 8 países, 4 donantes, el banco como administrador, agendas, motivaciones, objetivos, muy complejo ponerse de acuerdo. Y estábamos en San Nicolás, Honduras, en una montaña de Honduras, discutiendo los problemas, y don Rogelio, un trabajador comunitario, dijo en un momento después de la discusión, bueno, yo no necesito que venga el Banco Interamericano aquí a decirme cuáles son los problemas y cómo los voy a resolver. Eso fue un abreojos para todos nosotros en aquel momento, recordando que el tema del fracaso en esta iniciativa, y puedo decir fracasos sucesivos al inicio, cuando empezamos, tenía que ver con cuando no escuchamos a nuestras contrapartes, a los países que es a quienes servimos en sus necesidades. Cuando no escuchamos a las personas a las que vamos a servir y creemos que, porque como somos expertos o creemos ser expertos, creemos que conocemos tanto el problema como la solución. Sí. O cuando...
Because we want to obtain quick results, we don't necessarily go to find the solutions, but So those are the failures that we learned from in Mesoamerica, to return to the basic of what this was, which are not necessarily sophisticated things. It's these simple ways of beginning to understand and hear the people who are close to the problems, who actually know, in fact. We have to help them bring out that knowledge. And knowing that we were going to be talking about failure, I looked for the etymology of the word in Spanish, which comes from the Latin frangere, and it's to crash, to break. In English, failure comes from the old French, which is you made a mistake on the way, you were about to reach something. So the definition for me is that if you choose to crash and break, there's nothing more to do. But if you choose the other definition, that means that we followed a road, we were going to reach something but didn't make it. And from there, what we have to ask is why? Where did we make a mistake? Where did we lose our road? And where was the loss of the target? And that's the wealth of the learning, because then next time we're going to reach the end of the road. Thank you. Very well. I think that she's hit it on the nose, because in the public sector, failure is something like the Voldemort of public management. We don't talk about failure. And you're in good company, by the way. Well, you don't talk about it because of that idea of failure. Failure seen as something that we didn't get to the goals, we didn't get our results. In the public management, to talk about failure is to recognize something which leads to consequences in the control agents and politically and so forth. And I think that there's a bias there in the Latin American public sector, because we don't talk about failure and hence don't learn from it. Maybe I might understand it better after this panel, but I think that there are two things that explain that Latin American bias of not learning from our failures in public management. The first, I think Carolina Trivelli mentioned it very clearly yesterday, is that we're so involved with the design, and we pay so much attention to the design and so much attention to the impact that we forget, I think, what's fundamental, which is the implementation. In Latin America, at least in Colombia, it's clearly, that's how I design it. The decrees are published and accomplish, as though that was the simple part. No, that's the difficult part. The difficult part is the implementation. And we tend to think that implementation is not important. Sam's word reminded me of many of Peter Drucker's words when he used to talk about the strategic objectives of planning. And I think that we have to reconsider or revisit that question of failure, because it has a lot to do with the road towards implementation. How do we learn from those things that didn't work as we'd planned them? If the public management is full of things like that, if we see failure as that, which was not planned in that expedition, then we are full of failures, but then revisit it to learn from it. And the second issue that I think is very important, and it's linked to the first, and it has to do with the way in which the control is done. In many countries of Latin America, the controller's offices and the controlling offices, it sees failure as crashing, as breaking. Recognizing failure has fiscal and criminal and disciplinary consequences, which generates an incentive of not innovating, not understanding, and not learning from the failure. Carolina, what about you? Well, actually, so as not to repeat what's already been said, maybe I would emphasize one challenge that we face, and that is that we sometimes see failure as though it was a binary category. This project is a success. I'm going to do it all over Latin America. And this is a failure, and then I'll forget it. I just throw it out. And the truth is that there's a complexity to this. In our organization, focus a lot on effectiveness, and we try to see the impact and the counterfactual. But one could have projects that have an excellent impact and be very inefficient, or be very inefficient compared to other alternatives that are cheaper or more economic. Or we can have projects that fail in a given dimension, like young employment, for example, which doesn't generate employment amongst youth, and it fails there, but maybe it does other things that are important, like reducing the teen pregnancy rates. So it has to be analyzed from a more holistic perspective, because that's where we learn from. And since we were talking about this subject, I wanted to refer to some biases that we often have. Sometimes we fall in love, as we were talking to Laura about the project, we fall in love with the project and not with the result. And sometimes we have to change route. And sometimes there are biases like optimism, as though we were social missionaries who have the solution in our hand. And we're not social missionaries with the solution in our hands. We're missionaries who are pursuing a mission. And that solution may be a wrong solution. And here I'd like to quote, to end, an intellectual economist of development, Albert Fishman. For those of you who don't know, I recommend you read him, a German man who fell in love with Latin America, and he thought about these topics, and he used to say that in Latin America and in the world, development, or the policy makers and the development makers, tend to have very little idea about the mess we're getting into. We seem to understand that there are challenges, but we don't quite know how challenging the challenge is. And since we don't know how challenging the challenge is, then we jump in like kamikaze without any information. And in the end, that could be positive because it's thanks that we run those risks that we're able to create. And this idea of Albert Schiffman's is one that some people have tried to analyze, and I don't know if it's a social regularity, let's say, but I've seen it happen, and it's quite interesting, and it's quite ambitious, and we face the obstacles, and that's where we become to create, and we can begin to innovate. Thank you.
Thanks. If you want to push the envelope, you're bound to fail sometimes, and here we have actually 4 professionals that work a lot with financing for results. Yesterday was something that was discussed a lot in all the session, going over some of the boundaries the bureaucratic environment put on us. So the session today is marked within a day where we want to talk about the challenges of bringing quality services at scale. So you all have tried to bring quality services at scale. You must have faced setback and failure. What happened? Those programs and strategies were stopped, or what do you learn? What action to put in place to get finally to a new outcome and to a success? What did you do? And why don't we start this time from Alfredo?
Well, I have to say that we failed a lot. I think that we have a series of failures. And just to understand the context of failure, the government of the city of Bogota started on January 1st, 2020. And on March 8th or March 9th, we were in a quarantine, a general mandatory quarantine. We lost 1 million employments in Bogota, which was 25% of all employment in the city of Bogota, in a question of 3 months. So the whole planning changed. The whole government plan, the campaign, everything changed radically. And we had to react with very little information and with very little knowledge to what was happening, with tremendous uncertainty. And without a doubt, that changed all the planning, specifically in the area that I lead, which is the Economic Development Secretariat, which, because of the economic crisis, multiplied its budget times 4 or 5. Imagine scaling up programs. Just to give you an idea, the employment agency in the district helped 2,000 people a year to get a job, and that went to 55,000 people trying to get a job in 2022, and in the first semester of 2023, 48,000. So it was multiplied by 27. But maybe what I'd like to refer to is that in that case, we had to innovate. We had to be risky and maybe daring, I would say. We had to go out and see what we could do and met up with the bid lab in a design of the results-based payment. And I think it's the largest program done in a developed country. Colombia was fortunate to have had 4 social impact bonds. We had about 4 or 5 years of learning. I think that we took advantage of that and maybe avoided several mistakes. But yesterday I was hearing Professor Kremer in his Circle of Innovation, and I thought, gosh, I wish we could test and scale it up. To scale up is probably harder than to do the pilot, because many of the failures, if the results payment were the results of that scale-up, this changes the initial conditions of the program, of the experiment. Who do we partner with? How do we do it? Are these partners going to come or not? It changes the whole situation. The first bid that we got from this program was left abandoned. Many of the things of the scale-up were not reproduced. It wasn't the same to do for 20,000 and for 1,000. It wasn't the same doing it all over the country with 8 partners and having to do it in one city in 1 year because we were living the pandemic. So I really think that we have to understand that this scale-up sets completely new elements in the learning process, so in the failure and in the scale-up as well. How do we address this? When you do the scale-up for the first time, you're also getting into a new field, something we don't understand. And I think that we have to recognize that public policies teaches by doing, like anything in life. We can have all the necessary knowledge, and that's going to be useful, but there are policymakers, and we have to often hear what they know, how they, their intuition and their knowledge. That may sound strange when we talk about this evidence-based decision-making, but I think that the intuition of the person who's already acted, who knows how to do, who knows what the failures are, would help. And you can get that information from them and use it. We have to use it much more. We have to include it into the instruments kit. And I think that we learned from the failures and those changes because we had a group of experts from the IDB and the Cisco program and cooperation, and the team of Economic Development Secretariat, who were policymakers, public policymakers who'd done public policies in the past. And I think that that practical knowledge is indispensable. We have to document it. We have to bear it in mind when considering the failure management. Yes, the question of documentation came up at the last panel, the implementation research, which is something that is key. And often we've discussed this. I would like to add to what you were saying of the results-based financing. Mesoamerica Health is an initiative, as I was saying, that is based on a results-based financing program. So you have to set goals with the countries at a results basis, not product, not outcome, but results. And in this 8-year period, we did 3 goals negotiations. In the first one, because imagine that this was in 2011. This was a completely new concept because it began as a scaled-up program in 8 countries at the same time for the 20% of the poor. And it was a very new concept. And as you were saying, we all said, okay, let's jump into this and do it. But the countries and ourselves seemed to think we knew what we were doing. And it's not the same to plan by results or to plan by interventions. It's all very difficult. We went to the negotiation. We finished the negotiation rounds. And after these negotiations, we began to hear the comments in the countries. That negotiation is unfair. And when the time went by and we started to implement, it was so difficult to reach the results. Well, the negotiation was unfair and this and that and the other. So we convened meetings to start understanding the process because we were all satisfied with the goals we had set. They were good goals, but something wasn't right in the process. So what happened was that we used some case histories like sense-making so that all the people, and we collected more than 1,500 in the country, so that everyone can express their opinions with the process. And what we discovered from that and ourselves was that it was like 2 groups. The IDB was perfect with his analysis, and they were going to see considering the minimum and the maximum, you remember. And the countries were trying to get that information to see how they could prepare themselves and go to the lowest, some to the highest, because they thought they could do everything. And there was a lot of tension between the minimum and the maximum to receive the results goal. And then, aside from 2 separate groups, the information was symmetrical. We were more prepared than the countries. They didn't have all the information. And one of the stories was called blind negotiations. The health vice minister of Honduras said that in her papers with her team, she found that the country had 80% quality compliance in the management of obstetric complications, how to avoid a woman dying from labor or birth. And when we worked for 85%, she said, I accept. The whole team said, yes, we accept, because in her mind, she felt we won this indicator already. But when they come to discuss the baseline, and the baseline was external, and they were measuring the quality criteria, none of the 8 countries went up to even 10%. It's not the same to go from 10 to 85 than to go from 80 to 85. And I'm telling you this because she always allowed us to tell this story. What did this mean? After those stories, we had analysis processes with the countries and with the teams at all the different levels to see how we could do it. And to make it short, the next two negotiations were successful. What did we change after that review with the countries and with ourselves? First, we were working for the same objective, all of us with the same target. Second, we're not two different groups. The bank has a role, which is to support the countries, so we're the same team, but we have to really work. It's not just come here and ask for what they're doing. No, we have to work side by side. And third, we had to be aware of the implementation in the process, because if we only set goals, it can't be to win and lose. It's a question of win-win, because we're trying to achieve the same objective. And fourth, it was very important when we estimate the goals to also discuss what was missing to reach the goals, not separate the discussions. They were all based on the goals. And let me tell you that the next two negotiations were difficult, because you can imagine they were very difficult. We had the prestige, the money, the investment. All these things were included to see if we were going to reach those results, and there was an incentive that was being paid. Of course, it was difficult, but it was much more transparent. It was more by consensus and much more appropriate for all of us. So the results-based financing, in our experience, can be done, but it cannot be done as we used to. We have to jump in and be there with the implementers next to them, hand in hand.
The funder, because of course the Melinda Gates Foundation is a huge funder, is a market shaper in health, really, and but you do not execute program. So what is your perspective?
So there's a story I wanted to share about the largest scale project I've worked on at the foundation. And it was an effort to bring together some of the world's biggest development partners and multilateral organizations to develop and align behind technical and normative guidance on a really, really complicated issue. So ultimately, the project achieved some really important successes and contributed to many health programs across countries around the world, but it experienced a number of challenges that resonate with what Emma is sharing from the Mezzo experience. So there was a number of failures along the way that, that we experienced that I wanted to bring up today. So the first was that it was terribly inefficient. Everything probably took twice the amount of time, probably twice the amount of resources, be it effort or funding than maybe it should have. It took a tremendous toll on relationships, where tensions ran very high between these different organizations working together towards this common project. That probably created some scar tissue, I think. And it had a really high opportunity cost. There's a policy window, and I'd be interested if this comes up more in our discussion, but there's a policy window that opened where we were able to move an agenda forward. We had the opportunity to. And while again, there were big accomplishments made, I think that there was probably some value left on the table through that passing opportunity window because of how much time it took, because of how much conflict existed to get the work done. And the core problem, the root of it, had to do with this shared vision, and it had to do with the goal, the amount of alignment that existed between all of the partners that were around the table to get this work done, and how they understood what they were collectively trying to do. At a high level, the goal, everyone was very aligned. It was very clear. But as you begin to drill down and get more specific, which was not done at the beginning, maybe as well as it should have been, you began to see divergences in why everybody was around that table, what they thought the purpose of this work was, and how it would be meaningful in the work that we were doing. There were times where the partner should have been working in a complementary fashion, and there actually ended up being some amount of competition, which is incredibly challenging. And all of this was a result of misaligned vision of what we're trying to get done. So, there are a few lessons that I drew from this. It ran for a number of years. to overcome the challenges that we saw. So one was around engagement from senior level organizations leadership. Their engagement in giving, frankly, clear marching orders to all of the staff that were working on these things around their expectations, and that pressure from the top helped overcome issues. Making crystal clear the roles and responsibilities, to your point, Emma, about whose task is what, and having some common work plan, some common transparent way of keeping each other accountable. And then I think the last was being really quite realistic about what collaborations could be achieved, or what the collaboration could achieve when there is some misalignment that exists between partners. I think that was another really important lesson coming out of this experience.
Thank you, Ethan. And I want to go deeper into one important discussion of bringing program scale, considering all the aspects that are needed in order to achieve impact. And that is inclusivity in the design and inclusivity in the execution. So at the IDB, we have a strong focus in gender and diversity alignment. But still have to say, at the design phase, we fail sometimes to look in those aspects, in those gender and diversity dimensions, very deeply. And that could be an obstacle for actually achieving results. So, in your experience, I would like some frank answer. When you did not consider those aspects in your design, and you fail and you had setback, how do you adjust that design in order to really expand services for all, and not just for some? And maybe I'm going to start first with Carolina, and then with Alfredo.
Gracias, Ferdinando.
Thank you, Ferdinand. Let me give you an example regarding gender. In Latin America, as you all know, and here we have Caridad with us, during the pandemic, this hugely impacted the labor market, particularly women. It was quite disproportionate, the impact that it had on women. So at that time, it became quite fashionable to talk about women and the labor market. And the public with good intention decides that they approach the bank. Is it true? Is it true? Yes, I want a program on women's jobs, women's employment. So we had discussions about the whole thing. And that's quite obvious. It's very natural to see that intention coming. But it turns out that in the labor market, the outcome that you're pursuing is a private result. It is the result of an entrepreneur that decided not to hire a woman, or it is a result of a worker, a freelance worker that decides to pay Social Security dues or not. But it is something outside the government. And so what I go after is a private incentive, and if I don't take that into account, my good intentions will be useless. So we had discussions about this whole thing. Because what is the fear that exists, and the evidence in that is quite interesting, and we can learn from failures. If we have a program that deals exclusively with women in the labor market, the incentives for the business community would be to go directly, or would be to go to those sectors that are highly feminized, or beauty services, for example. And then we end up contributing more to gender segregation, which is one of the problems that we find ultimately when we talk about gender gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean. So it makes much more sense to work on the surrounding and in a program, and to have the rights to access. So in the specific case of women's jobs, the conversation is broader. It means that we have different fronts on which you have to work, and the first one can be called hashtag Claudia Golding. There are problems in the labor market that happens outside the labor market because we don't have child care services. And that is an issue that in Bogota is quite well managed, and working on that was even more important than having a specific program for women's job. Then we have another issue of regulations, being very careful with the way in which some incentives are being used in order to disencourage the hiring of women. But the same result of pay for results could be used in order to have better incentives and better designs, paying for results in women's jobs so that service providers could do the additional work of looking for jobs for women, which was difficult for them. And that is what Bogota did. And also, and on that, I would like to bring up another issue, which is some work that we did, and it is very close to me because it is inspired in a study that was conducted by the gender group at the bank and that informed public policy for the inclusion of women. And it is what has to do with the process itself of hiring people. There is evidence that the vacancies themselves, when they're called or denominated with non-inclusive language, can reduce up to 40% the probability of a woman applying for that job. So if you work with technology in order to correct that inclusive language that says, I need an engineer, in Spanish, ingeniero, and instead of saying ingeniero and ingeniera, that is to say a male engineer and a female engineer, those micro details end up being much more valuable than having an exclusive program for women, because we level off the playing field, we make it universal, but we bring the best vacancies to women, not only the vacancies that have already been feminized or feminicized. Now it's your turn, Alfredo. Very interesting conversation because the pandemic accelerated all the inequalities that we had in the region and in the labor market, particularly that of youth and women. So we simply came out to react. In the case of women, we resorted to pay for results, and what we ended up doing is losing a lot of discussions with Carolina. So what we did was that the incentive to the operator of the job paid more if they were able to get a formal job for a woman than having a man but not closing the women's program. And in the case of young people, because the problem was different, what we did was to create a program of incentives for companies to rehire or to formalize youth employment. But even in a design where you can say it is inclusive, we started seeing a lot of other populations that were not that many, but that were excluded equally or more than women and youth. Why? People older than 50 years, populations belonging to ethnic groups, people with disabilities. And maybe the case that we found migrants is another one. All of them with the problems of access to the formal labor market. The formal labor market, except in Bogota, works for men between the ages of 18 and 50. So hopefully we don't have a lot of population traits because then the labor market starts failing. And then kicking off with the inclusion makes you delve into the inclusion. We identified 19 population groups, maybe the most excluded, maybe trans people, for example. And that is a road. I believe that getting into the inclusive process leads us to being more and more inclusive in public policies. They don't have another way of doing it. Thank you very much. That is one road, one path. Truly impressive what you did in the city of Bogota.
Emma,
Emma, the initiative that you have and that operates on territories with high levels of diversity and with indigenous populations, Afro-descendants are the poorest in all countries, 20% poorer. When we made it to Chiapas, beginning the program, or starting with the initiative, we walked into an area where we had a service network with health centers and a hospital. In that hospital, there was a wing that was devoted to institutional delivery services, birth delivery, dedicated to indigenous populations. More than 42 languages, I can't even recall, almost 50 different languages and different populations covered by this area. And so this wing that was devoted specifically to indigenous populations had some differences. It had a chair instead of a cot. Women sit there for the effort that is entailed in delivering babies. They could come in with a relative, someone who came with them, someone that they brought. They could drink these herb drinks that they prepared. And out on the patio, there was a sort of a sauna made out of mud, sort of adobe made, where they went with the grandmothers and the mothers and all the women, including the pregnant women about to deliver a baby, as a sauna. And a place that had to take care of 10 to 12 deliveries, they simply did 1 or 2 a week. Why? Because when we started trying to find out why, and we didn't start with that, when we started trying to find out why, to take a look at the documents and see the designs and the way of thinking, they considered all the opinions, which were these that I was telling you about. We talk about cultural adaptation of services, but not the color of the wall that was white. And for many of the people in these communities, white signifies death. And so in a life process, no one wants to walk into a place where everything is colored in white. So a minute thing that seems to be very little, but that is transformational, and didn't allow for the objective which was not having the delivery at home. And what does this mean? It's important to learn not only from our failures, but from the failures of others. Because when you learn from the failures of others, and that's why you have to have the antenna well connected, keep an eye on everything to see where we have important failures, not only in the region, but in the world, so that we can learn from these. And there we avoid inefficiencies. But we also learned something else, and it cost us a lot of years to put this into practice. And it is this thing about intercultural and cultural adaptation of services and the development with identity. It's not only a matter of sitting down to talk and listening to opinions. There's a science involved, and a science that must help us understand how people understand the disease. Not all of us have the same perception, depending on where we come from, or the same understanding of it. In Honduras, now that we're dealing with the malaria with the same scheme, the Garifunas in the northern part of Honduras, now that we've sat down to talk to them and that they understand the concept that the parasite goes to the liver, now they're worried about this. In the past, they were not concerned about malaria because they're medicine and you can get it cured. But now that they know that it goes to the liver, they're concerned about looking for a quick care. Why? Because in their culture, the liver is equivalent to our heart, saying that all the feelings and the emotions lie there in the liver. So it took us years, dear colleagues, years to be able to structure, in quotes, how to do that. What is the science behind that, but what is the art as well? And until now that we are in IDM with malaria that was born with the Mesoamerica health lessons, and that we have a well-structured situation. In health of Mesoamerica, we learned along the way implementing because you cannot stop. And then I believe that we made many more mistakes than the mistakes we're making now. But I believe that these are 2 very important lessons for us, where the issue of science. Science is not an anecdote. We really have to give due seriousness to this. It is a the outlook of a cosmos. We all have different ways of understanding the vital things of our daily life.
Round of questions. So you share very insightful experience from the past, and they're all experiences of learning, adjusting, takes time to get to result and outcome. So how do we foster a culture of learning from setback? And let's start from Ethan, and how do you see this in your organization?
How do you set a culture?
Of learning from setback.
So I think there's probably three things I would say to this. First, I think, and probably most important, is to destigmatize failure. It's a 4-letter word. It's a bad word, and it's something that I think we need to kind of reclaim. In many organizations, it's toxic, and it can have really negative and lasting consequences for people and organizations that are branded with a title like this. So we need to reframe it as something very different. We need to reframe it in the context of being a learning organization. And in my experience, and with all of the organizations that I've worked with over the years at the Gates Foundation, which is now quite many, the ones that stand above the others are not necessarily the ones that are the lead on the technical topic X or in geography Y. They are actually ones that embody a learning organization, ones that actually have very, very real processes and cultures to try things, but then quickly learn from them. And there's a humility that's involved there. So I think these organizations that think this way are actually ahead of their peers and will go faster than others. And then I think the last thing, and I said this earlier, I do think it starts at the top. I think that the executives, the managers, the donors really need to frame the conversation about what expectation is, what success means, and not framing success just at reaching a certain amount of coverage or quality necessarily, but that you have good ideas and that you're trying them and you're learning through that process.
Thank you, Ethan. Alfredo.
No, muy concreto.
Well, very much to the point. We agree with Ethan, focusing on the path to implementation. I believe that bringing in failure is something that is not planned along the way is very important, and that has to adjust the culture of control and of control entities or bodies. Second, there's an alignment of incentives on two different fields within the work teams. We think very little about the incentives of the different teams that are responsible for the implementation and aligning the incentives with the partners, with the allies. Without them, we will not be able to move forward with those lessons, and that has to do with all the stakeholders in the different programs. And there's something undoubtedly, and very much agreeing with Ethan, non-public, non-political support at the highest level. Without that support at the highest level, and we cannot avoid it, policymakers and democracy, we will not be able to dodge that if we don't have it at the highest level. We don't have incentives for lessons, for learning, for evidence, that message. Without it, the rest will be very difficult, or champions will face a much more difficult situation. Carolina, yes, Ethan.
Quickly, because the point about is something that I think matters a lot. It's something that's come up a couple times now, but in the years that we've worked together on the Salud Mesoamerica initiative, there's been a learning that emerged from that took the Gates Foundation quite by surprise. For those that are familiar, and as Emma has referenced, it's a results-based funding scheme, so there's a monetary incentive aligned with the reaching specific targets. And our incoming hypothesis was that that financial incentive would serve to motivate the achievement of that target. And what we came to learn over the years of engaging with these countries and with the leadership of the bank, and I remember very clearly, it was a few years ago now, we had a conference with the countries and we had asked if you could only retain one or maybe two elements of this initiative into the future, what would it be? And I was very ready to hear the additionality of the resources. And the message that came through and was aligned with many others was the importance of the measurement. And that was actually the last thing that I expected, because in our sector, sometimes measurement can be used for naming and shaming. But what we had found through this experience was the measurement helped get clear on the results, the goals that they were seeking, and gave them the information necessary to make these improvements. So we walked away from this experience. One of the key lessons was aligning incentives doesn't necessarily mean a financial incentive. I think it's giving clarity on what success looks like with enough precision that folks can actually fall in line behind it and find their role that they should be playing to achieve it. And that was a big learning for us from that experience.
And I have to.
No, yo tengo que contar una historia de esto. ¿Sí?
Let me tell you a story about this. Thank you for reminding me. Just 1 minute, just 1 minute. You remember that I told you that countries only had less than 10% inequality in obstetric complications. When we discuss with the countries all of this, I'm not lying. some of the teams started crying. It was going through this process, denying it, despair, negotiation, and then acceptance. It was a mourning process. We went through that. They did and we did, because after many years of work, it is very difficult to see what the baseline is. A baseline, which is a starting point that is lower than what you think. And there, the issue was, how do we start? And it took us about a year and a half for people to begin having confidence in talking about the problem, because it was an issue of reporting, of transaction, and they were worried about being dismissed because of these issues. A year and a half, dear colleagues, until we were able to get this environment of confidence to solve our problems. And talking about that future, I would say the first thing is, they hated the external evaluation. They refused to do it, but that was one of the first non-negotiable rules. And then they asked for it because it was a way to truly see whether they could move forward or not. So for the future, what we've seen, something that happened with Salud Mesoamerica in the 8 previous years, is that small teams and big teams use data, information, in order to make decisions. And the data is not pure, because you need art for this also. Why? Because we're talking, secondly, about a context. It is not the same thing to deliver a birth in the Atlantic northern region of Nicaragua that in the south in El Salvador, where everything is well connected. The delivery is the same and the care is the same. Red card, red card, red card. I'm sorry. And so the last one is, in challenging you, is the issue that the leadership from above, yes, but be careful, if we don't have the strength of local teams and intermediate teams asking those above to be accountable, then it doesn't work. It is critical for local teams to be empowered so that they could ask the leaders at the highest level to be accountable. Both things. Okay, you're excused. Okay.
With the idea of the Antarctica. Actually, Sam eventually managed to book a trip to the Antarctica and invites his dad along. And I hope my son or daughter are going to invite me to a trip to Antarctica at some point. So just telegraphically, before we open up to a few Q&A from the public, ¿cuál es tu Antártica hoy?
Esa pregunta.
What is your Antarctic today? Well, in my case, it is much more difficult because this government has 2 months to go, 7 days, 13 hours, 27 minutes, and Sunday we have elections. So the question about the Antarctic or the point of view is very unique. I believe that there's something that Bogota summarized in just a phrase, being able to build on top of what is already built, to understand that we must have a common purpose of continuing to improve the results, saying that there are many achievements and a lot of progress, but there are a lot of things still to be improved. I believe that this is continuous improvement in understanding that you can always do things better. Building is very difficult. Destroying is very easy, the way we see it in general in the region and in populism. And I believe that we have to pay a lot of attention to that and not to give up in building on top of what is built in continuity, which is another issue that was discussed in the previous panel. Yes, we don't have any election for mayors in Colombia. It takes time. Carolina, please, 1 minute. My Antarctic is that it won't melt away. And so this takes me to the commitment that my organization has with climate change. And since we're the social team, I have some brief ad on the importance of the social agenda, Ferdinando, for climate change, human capital, social security, in order to take care of the goals on adaptation and mitigation. And what does this mean? Well, we will be working on new issues, urgent issues, and very important issues. And no doubt we will make mistakes. Very sincerely, because that's what happens when you do public policy in those circumstances. So we have to learn from our failures, and learning from our failures means a lot. What has been said here in this panel, with a profound agenda that would understand that there are different dimensions to it, different sides to it as part of a process. And we not only can concentrate on necessarily seeing certain instruments. I had thought about talking about the fact that even in academic literature, it doesn't help us think about failures because it's something that they will publish. So if I do my homework, as Alfredo Bateman does, he likes to do public policy, look for evidence, and I go to academic literature and I say, what programs have an impact? I will find probably those programs that have an impact because they're the ones that are published. Even in academic literature, there's a taboo, not only in the public sector. The IDB plays a very important role in that because we don't necessarily have that agenda. And we can document much more the lessons, the failures, the processes. And it will be much more challenging task now when we're trying to join the environmental issue in a much more resolute way. Thank you very much. 1 second. As Machado, the poet, says, the person who walks, no, there's no walk, there's no path. You walk and you make the path as you walk. And that's really important because we have to look back and see where we've been. We have to stop and ponder upon what is happening, and we have to forge ahead. We have to continue going forward. And if we don't create that path, we'll never walk that big avenue, which is the one we aspire to for development. The second issue is that we have to learn how to fail, because if you don't learn how to fail, then we don't know how to ponder upon things and look for solutions and trying things again. Learning how to fail is not easy, but I believe that one of the biggest lessons for me in so many years spent in this, but particularly in Salud Mesoamerica, is the truth that we've learned from all without exception, local teams, central teams, and some national teams. And we have to do it with joy and with humility. Because once again, the fallacy of the expert is something that we have to unlearn a lot. Not only here, in many places in the world, the fallacy of the expert, we can learn from everyone. And once again, my dear walker, you walk as you make the road, and you make the road as you walk.
Thunder? No, it's for you.
I'll make this very quick. The Antarctica for my team going forward is actually to replicate much of what the Salud Mesoamerica initiative has uncovered. So the last point you made in our exchange, Emma, was about contrasting the importance of the senior levels with what needs to happen locally. And so our Antarctica, what we're focused on is how do we create cultures of improvement and performance at local levels? How do you use data to inform and guide decision-making? How do you activate accountability chains in both directions so the front lines can hold their leaders to account to ensure the resources are available? And how do you hold the local levels to account to deliver what they're meant to? So our jobs going forward is actually to somehow capture a bottle and transport that to other places around the world.
Thank you very much. And I knew I was not going to do a good job as a timekeeper, but we still, I think, have a couple of questions from the public. Dos.
Time for two, Fernando, if you agree. And I'm going to say hi, hasta la Patagonia. They're connected from there, so hi. Beautiful. So 2 questions. This one is for any of you. ¿Por qué, este es de Nelson Zambrano, ¿por qué los diseños de los...
Why the designs of projects are based on established goals, on results, and not on the basis of impact, and even less in generating evidence? Who wants to answer? That is true for many of the projects in which we've all participated, irrespective of the organization. For us, with Salud Mesoamerica, that was an important exercise in acknowledging that we need to have results of different kinds in the life of a project, because teams also need to know whether they're on track, whether they will arrive at obtaining the expected results. In Salud Mesoamerica, we put this to a test, and we have indicators for coverage for impact, such as reducing anemia, such as knowing, for example, through measuring blood, if the child has been vaccinated and if they have the immunity. Not only that he says that he was vaccinated, but we need to know whether the vaccine was okay, all the way up to the last mountain and the last hill. It's important that we have all kinds, because if we only have impacts and we don't measure things along the way, we don't know whether we arrive. So we do have examples with these indicators, and it's important that they be complemented with the chain of impact. Very briefly, because we know how to budget the products and we don't know how to budget, or we don't know what the budget of results is. And I believe that information is useful for that.
Part of the results-based program is that it guides all agents, not only the public, but the implementers as well, to know how much the results cost. The budgets are much more based on outcome than results, and that's because we don't know the cost effectiveness. I want to add something there which is important, and that is that, and it's something that we've seen after mistakes and failures and processes and many iterations in the results payment. Well, we said, okay, it's a payment by results, and we're going to follow the theory. But Ferdinando, you tell me, what's a formal employment in Bogota, and what about the employment for women with disabilities in a faraway territory? So how much do you pay? I don't know what the price of that is. I can know what the cost is, but I don't necessarily know what the price I'm willing to pay, and which is going to generate the incentive I need to change the behavior of the supplier. And that's only known after doing it many times and making mistakes many times. You'll only know that after several iterations. These are very important thoughts, and I think that it's based on the subject that Ethan mentioned initially. What do we have to move? And that is to make outcome measurements. But if you're going to move the envelope, you have to follow that road. We have one more question, I think. Yes, Ferdinando. It would seem as though shared failure in this panel have happy endings. We should have more willingness to share happiness that don't have happy endings as well? Should we? As far as I know, it wasn't all a happy ending. Not the way I see it. I don't know who wants to answer that. I think that there is one thing we still haven't resolved, and that is in the specific case of the employment. And we talked about that with you at some point, Emma. That's the multisectoriality. That's not been resolved. You need to. I did it in small, but when I scaled it up, it was not possible. I don't have a happy ending there to tell you about. And I thought a lot about that with Ferdinando in our conversation, because in a small program, you can say, yes, I can help teen mothers, for example, just like Michael Kramer was saying yesterday, as though we were on Amazon, on the beta version, teen mothers. I give them health, employment, training, human capital, psychosocial training. It's good. I do it on RCT, and I double the labor income. And I saw that. I saw it happen. And we evaluated it in the bank. But when you scale it up, we're in the process of doing it. We're betting on the results-based financing and with daring people like Alfredo. But we're still just working on it, having conversations with the different governments like Costa Rica, Colombia, Peru. But we still don't have a victory story to tell about. Maybe we'll do it in a few years. Carolina, you want to?
Or you're good? Okay?
Yeah.
Emma.
I'll add something. You know, if we talk about the results-based financing initiative, there's one thing that we have embraced very strongly in the bank, and that is that if we want a result at this level, we can't do the follow-up of what we're financing. We can't. We just can't. Because what we're financing is inputs and things like that, and that's not going to be the final result of a child without anemia, or the health of the child, or the food, or what have you, or water. So the big question here and we don't really have an answer for it. I don't think anybody has it yet, but it would be worth discussing it, is that how, with cooperation, can we make things change, and what do we have to make change so that we can take that extra mile to set up partnerships and agendas and alignment of incentives at the level of cooperation as well, so that we can help a country achieve the results, which is not exactly the product of the cooperation as such. That's not a happy ending, but it's something which I think that we are responsible for and should analyze. Aside from that, another thing that doesn't have another happy ending is also that the only ones who have accountability at a global level are the countries, and we at cooperation don't account for anything at any discussion panel. And I think that would be very, very important. I think that we should be having the accountability, not only the countries who are in charge of managing the state and have the responsibilities with the citizens. I think that we should also be responsible. I think that we should also account for what we're doing at the level of cooperation, and all of us who work in development should account for what we do.
Thanks to you, and thanks to all the audience online and present. I really would like to invite you a big round of applause for Ethan, Carolina, Alfredo, and thank you very much. And the conversation to be continued.
Thank you very much. Before we continue with today's afternoon session, let us take a brief, light lunch break. 30 minutes, counting. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Thank you. We're back. Aquí estamos de vuelta, los que están acompañándonos.
We're back. Those of you who are still outside the room, please come back.
Warm welcome to you all. A very quick reminder that we're offering simultaneously interpretation in English, Spanish, and Portuguese for both in-person audience and our online viewers, of course. So please select the language that suits you best. It is with great enthusiasm that I introduce our next session, which holds special significance not only in its subject matter, but also it is being live broadcasted all the way from Brazil. Joining us from Fundação Getúlio Vargas in São Paulo, Brazil, we have a distinguished panel here to dive into the case of educational literacy reform. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our moderator, Morgan Doyle, representative of the IDB group in Brazil. He's joining by Veveo Arruda, former mayor of Sobral and CEO of Associação Bem Comum, Tim McNaught, author of A Problem-Driven Approach to Education Reform, The Story of Sobral in Brazil, Lara Simieli, researcher at Fundação Getúlio Vargas, and Jimena Dueñas, education specialist at IDB. Can you hear us? Good afternoon. Perfect, Morgan. So please, the stage is all yours. Just a few seconds. We're having some technical issues. Can you listen to any of them talking? Morgan, you're okay. They can hear us, which is good. We cannot hear you. Please give me a cue whenever we're good here.
Dani, quiero que te vayas online y me digas si online oyes algo, porque no me están contando. Porque puede ser
mundo,
Ponte.
So we're going to take some seconds in order to connect properly.
Yeah.
So if you're online and you can hear me, if you can listen to me, we're going to be connecting this panel in a few minutes, okay? We're just solving a technical issue, and of course, all of you here in person.
Transmission. Hello?
I can hear you now. Can you count till 5, please?
¿Escuchan? ¿Escuchan? Hola. Sí, aquí tenemos son aquí en la...
Can you hear us? We're here in the room. Is it working? We're hearing you. Are we ready?
I would like to apologize for this brief interruption. So we're going to give the floor now to Tim.
We are in the middle of a global learning crisis. In 2002, an estimated 7 out of 10 children in low and middle income countries could not read and comprehend a simple text by age 10. When faced with such dire numbers, it's inspiring to listen to stories of success. This brings us to the case of Sobral. For more than 2 decades, the municipality of Sobral has focused intensively on improving its education system. In 2005, when measuring the quality of primary education in municipalities across Brazil, Sobral ranked 1,366. In 2015, Sobral ranked first. In just 10 years, they went from 1,366 to number 1. Now let me show you something even more impressive that happened in an even shorter period, in just 3 years. From 2001 to 2004, the literacy rates of second-year students in Sobral went from 49% to 92%. How is this possible? How did they make such progress in such a short amount of time? This is what we'll be analyzing today. Now, understanding the success of Sobral requires traveling back in time to the beginning of reform efforts, which brings us to the year 1997. The same year that Brazil won Copa America, Cid Gomes began his first term as mayor of Sobral. Now, he inherited an education system that was in real bad shape, and his administration decided to make improving education a top priority. So, they started making lots of changes. This included increasing student enrollment significantly, from 9,000 students in 1990 to 17,000 in 1999. And during his first term, the municipal government built 4 new schools and renovated 26 of the largest schools. In addition, they created new criteria for hiring qualified teachers and significantly increased the number of books and other teaching materials available at the schools. So far, sounds pretty good, right? But that brings us to the main question. Were the students actually learning? And a diagnostic assessment was done in 2000, which revealed that 48% of second graders could not read. And when I say could not read, I mean they were unable to read basic words or syllables. So after all of the investments in the schools and improvements in enrollment, these poor results came as a shock to the municipal government. They were thinking, how could this be possible? These results and a follow-up assessment marked a turning point in how the municipal government approached education reform. And this brings us now to the year 2001, the same year that Guns N' Roses was playing at Hockey in Rio. Gomes began his second term in office. Now, the reforms in the second phase from 2001 to 2004 followed 3 key steps. 1, starting with a problem that matters. 2, breaking down that problem. And 3, experimenting, iterating, and adapting to solve the problem. Now, what do I mean by starting with a problem that matters? With the assessment data they had showing 48% of second graders could not read, the municipal leadership had identified a problem that was clearly important and could not be ignored. The leadership knew that making change would require the support of teachers, principals, and parents. So instead of hiding the poor results, Gomes actually went onto the radio to communicate the results to all citizens. Gomes then decided to make literacy a key issue of his second term and set a goal of 100% literacy for all second-year students. This was a clear target that was easy for everyone in the community to understand and to know what the problem would look like when it was solved. Now, the second step was breaking down that problem. In order to address the literacy problem, the mayor formed a leadership team and gave them strong political support. It was clear that there was not a single magical solution that would fix everything. So they took the main problem and started breaking it down into its root causes. For example, the municipality identified that students had a late start to literacy education. So in 2001, they decided to start primary education 1 year earlier, at the age of 6, becoming one of the first municipalities in Brazil to do that. Another cause identified was that there were too many small rural schools where students were placed in multi-grade classrooms. So in early 2001, the number of municipal schools was reduced from 96 to 38 to provide the students with a more focused instruction. There were also very many other causes identified, and the municipality began addressing all of these issues. As you can see, the complex problem was broken into smaller parts that allowed the municipality to start taking decisive action. This brings us to the third part: experimenting, iterating, and adapting. Now, at the center of Sobral's education reform were external student assessments. Every 6 months, all of the students were assessed on their reading ability. This data gave an objective view of how every school, teacher, and student was doing in relation to the overall target. This allowed the municipality to take action, then every 6 months stop to reflect and think, what did we do? What did we learn? What are we struggling with? And what's next? Eventually, schools started doing their own assessments at a more frequent interval. And in between these assessments, there were more opportunities to learn and share ideas. This included monthly trainings for teachers to plan for the next month, where they set weekly and monthly learning goals, twice monthly visits from the school superintendents to each school to monitor progress, and weekly meetings with all principals. Now, this created a system that was constantly experimenting and learning, while progress was still being measured with the assessments. This allowed the municipality to build their own local solution to the literacy problem. And there were incredible results. As I showed earlier, in 3 years, the literacy rate of second-year students went from 49% to 92%. So the case of Sobral is an example of a reform that was truly problem-driven. The assessments in 2000 and 2001 drew attention to a significant literacy problem that received full attention from the municipal leadership. By setting a clear target of literacy for all second-year students, the entire education system understood the problem and what it would look like solved. The problem was then tackled by breaking it down into its several smaller causes. And the frequent assessments and varied reforms worked together to create a culture of experimentation, iteration, reflection, and shared responsibility. And by 2004, 92% of second-year students could read text with ease. Now, I want to leave you with this quote from Professor Matt Andrews from Harvard University. Action creates the basis of learning, and learning is the key to building new capabilities and finding answers to complex problems. I think this is exactly what we saw in Sobral, a system that was eager to take action, learn, and build its own local solution to a complex literacy problem. Thank you very much.
Muito bem, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I think that sets the tone. It's a great pleasure to be with you. It's a huge pleasure for me to be a moderator, because that leads me to a question to the panelists for this experience that we have observed in Sobral. Is something that was a very radical change when we saw an educational crisis. So I would like to learn about scalability. I have quick questions for the panel participants. What are the key elements in the case of Sobral that allow for a successful experience in a municipality can be scaled up? So this is a very important question so that we can figure out what happened there in Sobral, in Brazil, and the rest of Latin America. So I'm going to give the floor to Lara if she would like to kick off. I think this is the million-dollar question, or maybe it's worth even more, because governments have to answer the question. But there was an attempt to make this scalable and present this to the federal government. But for whatever reason, and I don't know how much of it we can understand and see clearly, we were not able to scale this up. I don't know how or why, but I think that there are some elements that took place in Sobral that are very difficult to be scaled up to other municipalities. So presenting this to federal government did not yield the expected results. We can't really tell what was missing. So Vivil, you went through this experience. You were there, hands-on. So as a mayor, and then you see how this was scaled up to the state of Ceará. What are the elements that would allow this to be scaled up? Thank you, before anything else, for the invitation. It's a great joy to be here with all of you, those who are listening to us. And I have a request to Tim, so that you leave Sri Lanka and you move to Sobral. I think it would be a great idea, Tim. I have a question, actually, for you. What are the root causes for illiteracy in Brazil? Thinking about this will help us to figure out how we can use as a baseline one experience we have had and try to build on that and scale up. This has happened in the state of Ceará. What we experienced in Sobral, as Tim has said, was scaled up to the state of Ceará, from 1 to 174 municipalities. So what happened? What is the answer for the questions regarding root causes? I'm trying to find the right word here, but I can't come up with it. But the lack of understanding, lack of sensitivity regarding the role of literacy as a possibility that will allow for children to learn other things, political leadership, social leadership, private leadership, are very insensitive to this issue. It's not that they are insensitive because they choose to be so. Maybe they have an inheritance. They have a history with that. The relevance of education in the life of a person who has a history that will allow them that as an adult become a vector for structural change in the country. Ceará was able to do that, able to be a little bit more objective and answer to your question. We have to move aside this lack of sensitivity and take charge of the political leadership so that this can take place. We are really fooling ourselves because we think we have techniques, we have teaching tools that would solve all the problems. So why don't we have the solution? Is the lack of correct political decision. Vivil, so this is a key question. So as far as you're concerned, the difficulty in scaling up is to having the right environment so that people understand what is going on. So Ximena, you have been working in Brazil, you know Brazil very well, but she has implemented a program that recognizes the importance of early literacy as a key for the learning that takes place later on in life. So for you, Ximena, based on what Vivil has said, what are the key elements to scale up this experience both in Brazil and elsewhere as we have this literacy program?
Thank you. O primeiro é a liderança do governo, pensar no Estado e não no governo, pensar a longo prazo e pouco para procurar essa palavra que você não quer dizer, mas sabe qual é. É a impaciência. E para quando você trabalha na educação, você tem que ser paciente, que é todo o contrário. E como a alfabetização é ao início, então você não vê esses resultados rápido, porque você trabalha com os que vão sair do sistema de educação. Então, primeiro isso. Segundo, escutar a comunidade, porque de nada serve se você vai impor a solução quando você não conhece o que está acontecendo na sala de aula. E essa informação é muito importante para você iterar, para você experimentar e para você entender quais são as adaptações que você tem que fazer para escalar. Porque o que já sabemos, o que a pesquisa se diz, é que não tem uma só fórmula quando você vai escalar. Você tem que entender cada dos contextos e fazer ajustes para escalar e poder ter escalamentos bem-sucedidos. Eu acho que eu vou ficar bem curtinho aí.
Tá ótimo. E isso vai muito em linha com a fala do time com relação à maneira incremental de experimentar, provar e tal. Eu imagino aquela manhã do 2000, né? Quando eles, depois de investir 3 anos de trabalho lá no Sobral e deram conta, receberam resultados daquela prova e que deu que 50% não sabiam ler, depois de muito trabalho, deve ter sido, ficaram abalados, suponho, né? Mas então, eu gostaria aprofundar um pouquinho nessa pergunta para você, Tim. Você, na sua experiência, você coloca essa experiência Sobral dentro de um marco teórico maior, né, de como atender ou abordar um problema de desenvolvimento. Mas na questão diretamente de educação, quais seriam os elementos que você acha que são imprescindíveis? Já colocou de alguma forma lá, mas para vamos dizer, para o ministro da Educação, que aliás é cearense, né, e ele se inspirou muito, acho que na experiência de Sobral. Quais são os elementos que devemos todos ter clareza agora?
With clarity right now.
So this research program, RISE, is focused exactly on the global learning crisis. And they actually came up with 5 actions for accelerating progress in learning. And it kind of is very similar to what's been said right now. And the first action is committing to universal early foundational learning, which is, yes, it comes with you need the political support and you need to focus on the foundational learning. The second is measuring learning reliably, regularly, and relevantly, which we also saw. And as Viveo mentioned in Ceará, actually these assessments that were done in Sobral were scaled to all over Ceará as well, all of these assessments. So that was the second step. Third is aligning the systems around learning commitments. What we saw, everyone is focused on meeting these commitments, focusing on outcomes and not just solutions. 4 is supporting teaching. We saw a lot of that too, which the teacher training. And the last one is, adapting what you adopt as you implement. So I think actually when I read these 5 actions, I was like, this is exactly what happened in Sobral. And so I wanted to bring that in too, because this RISE program did research, all over the world, focusing exactly on this question. So.
Ótimo, obrigado. A ideia é ter objetivo.
Very good. Precisely, have a very rigorous objective. What do we really want to look for and how we're going to pursue that, right? But you said that this was not, it did not really work in scaling up for the whole of Brazil. In other words, if every mayor in Brazil was just like Sobral's mayor, in other words, everybody would be very successful in their tests. But I ask you, what are the elements? You have been carrying out a lot of assessments of education projects in the region. So what are the necessary conditions to broaden these programs in our context? Do you agree about those 5 guidelines? Do you have any other ideas? I would start with what Vivel said. First of all, political will. In other words, having a mayor that will really put education as a priority. If this doesn't happen, no other criterion will happen. So this is a priority. And once you have that, then we would go on to the other points that have been raised by Tim, and I might add some others. For example, in the case of Sobral, there is a very important point that we also see in other capitals in Brazil. Teresina was the best capital. What happens there for such a success? It was continuity. In other words, there was a process that had continuity over time. And in Brazil, we have a certain discontinuity scenario for public policies. And this has not happened in Sobral. This project has been sustainable for a long time. Another point is looking at technical criteria, both at the level of the secretariat and at the level of schools, and also value professionals. In other words, you have to create a state capability. You have to look at the school principals, and this was such an important decision that was made at this level of Sobral. They simply ended the political appointments for principals. They've adopted technical criteria to choose the school principals. And then, of course, to value teachers, the management team. In other words, creating and training a body of people. Of course, all of this has to do with training and compensation and many other factors. There's yet another issue which I believe is really interesting for Sobral. They had a very clear diagnosis of the problem and also a very good understanding. And Tim, this is something that you've included in your description, a very specific look on those points that had to be improved. And this, when you think in a broader fashion, this is the data-based diagnosis. In other words, how are you going to look at the root causes of the problem? Whatever methodology you may use, we have to look at the causes of the problem. We have to face those causes. And of course, then you have a political perspective. You have to make choices that may be very hard sometimes. So this is why I'd like to highlight this technical recruitment of teachers that was really, really important for the project's success. Absolutely. This is very clear. I believe that we have to focus on that and motivate everyone to work around the problem, which in turn will inspire the search for solutions. So, as a former mayor, when you were a mayor, you've inherited this system, and then you also left a legacy. How important was the political will for this project? Well, everything began before it began. It was before 1997. I don't really have the exact date for this, but the political decision to make education a priority came about together with the political construction, combining people from different perspectives, different trajectories, everybody around this need for change in Sobral. This was very important. It was not only about education. It's very important to remember that the way you do politics, the way you are a manager and administrator is very important. And also, when you choose literacy in the beginning, this was not a very easy solution. It was a very important decision that was made and was very much criticized from academia and others. But we still made this decision. Let us pursue this debate, but let's not stop. So it is important to say this. There was a whole process. These figures that we reached, 16, 17, these figures were not built quickly. This is one point. And the other point has to do with scalability. Ceará, the state of Ceará, did not become 184 Sobral towns. The state of Ceará was also occupying a very low position in the Brazilian ranking. Each city created its own program. What is important here is the cooperation regimen. In other words, it is a very effective tool. I believe it's even hard to say that it is an effective tool. I do not believe it is the only one, but it's the one that really makes it possible to solve the problem. Why is that the PENAC system did not work? Because it was imposed on people. It was not a collaborative effort. I believe this is key as well. And this is something that I can see now. Before, as a mayor, of course, I won't have enough time to go in depth, but before, the very first priority is to really learn, teach all children to write and read at the right age. Do you know what the distortion was? 87% was 9,000 pupils. The distance between the classroom and the right age bracket. So the very first decision was to teach how to read and write. And then we had to get all of the others catch up. And the third point was to be proficient in the other areas. And Sobral has actually not solved the problem as a whole. We still have serious problems. However, having this recognition, to be humble enough to recognize that there are problems, well, this is key for anything, for any place. And I would say that one of the major tasks in this scalability task, in other words, to scale up the experience. I agree, this is not one single experience. There have been different successful experiences in Brazil and abroad. But the very first thing for scalability, from what I see in these past years, a key thing to do is to change the mindsets, the governor's mindset, the mayor's mindset. The education secretary must understand that they are not in charge only of high school or the state schools. We're talking about the whole of the public network. And when I speak about root causes, this is one of them. The indifference, not looking education and literacy as being critical. Well, this comes from afar. There is a way that we can date this back. In other words, this idea to work on changing the mindset. Please allow me to say something to you right now. As of 2018, we have been trying to speak to mayors and to governors, trying to have each municipality and each state building their own program. And I'm not saying that what happened in Ceará should be repeated. No, each state should have their own program. However, there are strategies, maybe 5 or 8 strategies that are very important. The assessment, teacher and principals training. Unfortunately, we have a very serious problem at the initial training for teachers. I don't know whether I'm going to be too provocative here. I could only say that universities are turning their backs to what goes on within the classrooms. So training teachers, training principals, the reference and educational books and materials. When one speaks about superintendency, we're talking about monitoring, but not something with a whip in your hands like in an auditing mindset. I'm not saying that. And of course, we also have other controversial issues such as rewards, recognition. You've established your goals. Why? What's the reason for an assessment? The assessment is for you to get to know what is the level of literacy. And once you have that result, what are you going to do with it? You have to say, yes, I want to change this. We have to go to 100%, but we can't do 100% immediately. Who are we going to leave out, right? I'm sorry. This is why I say we need a change in mindset, the governor, the mayor. And I was talking to Antonio about this. The public sector is not enough. I'd really like to congratulate IDB and the FGV Foundation for this initiative, because it's not only very important for this to be very, very present at the level of schools and education secretaries and ministry. This must be a present idea everywhere, in the communities, in trade unions, everywhere. It must be an option chosen by the country to make this movement towards education. It is not a question of repeating models, but building each model according to each place. Fantastic. I agree with you totally, and thank you for these very inspiring words. Mentioning what you said when you said to scale up with quality, I'd like to hear Ximena on this. She is also witnessing this scalability in other countries that are also trying to pursue this path. In other words, literacy at the right age. Do you have any perspective on this with regard to scalability? Yes. At IDB, we've identified the same percentage of students in the region. 50% of these students at the end of the 3rd year do not understand the texts they read. So if you look at this mindset, when you look at this, what you're carrying out is an autopsy, and I'm not sure if this is the right word in Portuguese, but it's impossible to go ahead when you know that 50% of these children will not be able to progress in their studying trajectories. And when you know that there is a failure in the system, this is what led us as an education division to think about the way how we could work with the countries in the region in order to raise the level of awareness about the importance of literacy. This is why we've created this program from preschool up to the 3rd year. How can we bring in evidence from neurosciences and also the experience of teachers, because usually you have these teachers in this age bracket, and also the experience with materials, follow-up, monitoring, assessment, and also continuous education in such a way as to scale up the program. This program was launched in 2014 in Manizales in Colombia, and it was monitored by the Mayor's Foundation and also by IDB. For scalability, you have a giant problem, which is when you do your first pilot, you have that one person who really carries that program in their heart. That person will do the design, do implementation, the monitoring, but that person cannot be multiplied and be everywhere at the same time. So one of the major challenges that we have to face is how to carry on this feeling. It is a human emotion. It is what we say, the human component in scalability. In other words, we have to contaminate other people with this feeling. They're going to lead and implement these first initiatives in a scalability effort. So we've been taking it to many different places, other municipalities in Colombia, then in Brazil, Panama, and other places. Then we did have a small team of leaders. It was small, but they were able to also broaden this feeling. This is one point. The second point is, what is assessment for? We love assessments, right? Believe me, I love assessments. I come from the assessment world. But why an assessment? Actually, assessments are a means, not an end. Knowing that I'm very bad will not solve the problem. Knowing that I occupy the 5,000th position in the ranking will not solve my problem. So we must know, okay, I'm terrible. What do I do now? What are the strategies? What do I have to do? What am I so poor at? How am I going to work with 40 children in my classroom when I have 40% of the pupils who cannot meet the learning objectives? So this is the goal of these assessments. In other words, how to produce good reports, good strategies in order to work and have everybody advancing towards this critical goal, which is learning to read and to write. So I always emphasize this very much about assessments, because it is the human factor within scalability. Yes, you're right. I thank you for your words. And this also has to do with what Vivel was saying. Not all experiences must be the same. You have to look for those elements that are appropriate for that one municipality, for that one city hall, to implement their programs. I would like to leave some time for questions, but let me add a last reflection, a last thought for our four panelists. After listening to this great experience about Sobral, The pandemics, as we know, has brought about a lot of acceleration in technological terms. So how does technology come in? What are the opportunities at the level of teaching and other elements in the classroom? However, when we think about scalability and scalability with quality, what would be those new technological elements that you really think are exciting? In other words, that could be really the key for this enhancement of quality. And we're speaking about education as a whole or literacy. However you wish to answer this question. I believe that the technological innovation, I don't know how much I can say about that, but when we think about innovation, maybe if you make one step back with regard to innovation, I believe that the pandemic really brought us a very clear lesson in Brazil. This was a period of time where there was the greatest collaboration efforts between teachers, principals, and municipalities. I don't know whether this would be an innovation, but it is such an important change in mindset. This was a network type of learning. We did have that before the pandemic, but with COVID, this thing really got very much strengthened. This is what had to be done. We did not receive a lot of support from the federal government. So municipalities and schools had to create their own networks in order to be able to learn and to address that very new and challenging scenario for everyone. So if I were to highlight one issue, I would speak about the network learning effort, something that really got really strong during the pandemic. And I believe this is something that came and will stay. I don't know whether this would be an innovation either, but another thing that the pandemic did bring about, especially in a country such as ours, we do know that we live in a very unequal country. But the pandemic brought with it a new outlook with regard to equity. Hannah is here. She looks at this also from this central perspective. But the pandemic revealed many hidden issues in our society. So the municipalities were able to see this and got this new outlook, including the more vulnerable students. We looked at 100 principles all over Brazil, and this is yet another point which we try to work on, which is the rapport between school and families. I don't know whether innovation would be the right word here, but this was like a change in perspective that was brought about by the pandemic. And I do hope that this is a possibility for us as we move ahead. In other words, we normalized the inequalities. Inequalities was part of our routine, but now there has been a change in mindset, and we hope that new projects will come about, including these more vulnerable students, and also the collaborative effort in networks between schools and within the schools themselves. This is something that came to stay, I hope. Yes, great. Tim, would you like to answer that question?
I imagine technology can provide a lot of innovative solutions, but I just want to push back just a little bit in that, when I was giving the presentation, I talked about starting with the problem that matters and not starting with the solution. And I think that's something that is really important to think about, because oftentimes we see, okay, Finland has one of the best education systems in the world. So let's take what Finland does, and maybe that doesn't actually work in Brazil, or maybe that's not actually solving the problem. And so I want to just I know there's like some temptation sometimes to want to, use these new solutions, but I think really it's about focusing on this foundational learning, and not just copying best practices. Yeah.
Ótimo ponto. Concordo plenamente. Acho que é importante.
Great point. I agree totally, absolutely. What about you, Jimena Vitvel? Actually, we have a question. I'm sorry, we don't have much more time, but it is a question about mental health. The way how these new things that were brought about by the pandemic, there was a greater awareness with regard to inequalities, etc. What about mental health? Any thoughts about innovation in these times?
Definitely, mental health for so many years has been going under the radar for so many people in educational systems. But now it's one of the top priorities. With this regards, one of the benefits, and I say, well, the pandemic is over, and we are adapting very quickly to new contexts. And these focus on recovering learning, or that is, it's a flagship model that has been recently published about remote teaching. Teaching used to be done in person, by phone, Zoom, video calls, whatever. The benefit of teaching really is that this child is able to have a one-to-one time with you. And this one-to-one moment totally changes the mental health of this child. So we want to achieve something, but the benefit is coming from a different direction. So for us, this is an added value, because this will help them academically, but mental health requires interaction between people, this special attention, this human gaze, and understanding that children were left alone without any interaction, no socialization, and now they have to recover this interaction. This is really beautiful. Vivil, what would you like to say about this? For me, the biggest innovation in Brazil, or even in Latin America or Africa, is to give children literacy at the right time, as young as possible. This is the biggest innovation as far as I'm concerned. But in my heart, maybe there's some restlessness and concern, and that is that I go between patients, and I understand how urgent everything is, because people have to understand how relevant their role is. Urgency has to drive humankind, because how often do you turn 7? So only once, and you have to be able to read by 7. So that's the sense of urgency. And this is the biggest innovation for me, is dealing with this fact. Of course, there is technology. In Sobral, when we started to carry out the year 2000 assessment regarding reading, we would record it in a small tape recorder. We would record child by child, each child separately. So we were obsessed with equality, regardless of social conditions, social status, gender, whatever, because Brazil usually doesn't take this into consideration, and that's the reality of things. So how do I straddle patience and urgency? So learning has to be the best possible. It's not just learning to read and write, but learn everything that the school makes available to you. Be with people. Feel life at school. How life is there at school. This is innovation as far as I'm concerned. We started with this small tape recorder, each child at a time. Second grade, third grade, and then we scaled this up. So now we have an alliance, which is Centro Lema is the center, the institution I had, and we have a partnership that attempts to share. And share doesn't mean to take knowledge somewhere else. You don't have to take knowledge anywhere else. The knowledge is already there. People know what to do. What we have to do is make them more engaged, make them question and understand that they are able to come up with solutions. So now we are able to do an assessment. This is a tool for work. Assessment is a tool for our work. It's not just to say how it is. We are assessing reading fluency in 18 Brazilian states, more than 3 million, 3,800 municipalities. Each single child is being assessed using a smartphone. Now with AI, why do we assess fluency? Because this gives us a sense of urgency. We don't require 6 months, 1 year. This is over. The child is 7 only once. They have to be able to read and write by then. So this kind of restlessness is translated into innovation. This idea of reading and writing is something you discuss very casually with your friend, or discussing soccer, discussing all of these issues over a beer with a friend. This is innovation, that people talk about this all the time, and it becomes a priority in Brazil, because I can see 45 square meters, which is the regular size or square footage of school class. So everything that is good that we can give to Brazil is there. Love, solidarity, brotherhood, sisterhood, but everything that is bad is there too. Hatred, violence, prejudice. So what do we have to do? The teacher are the people. People is innovation. How we qualify them so that they can carry out the role they take upon themselves. And we don't have time to talk about this. And Vivil, it was very inspirational. So there's this call to action so that the whole of society can start sharing. And this sharing is the inspiration for a panel We don't have time to answer the questions that have been forwarded to us. So from all my heart, I would like to thank Viveo, Tim McNaught, who is a researcher in learning, Lara Simele, who is a researcher in the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, Thales and Andreas and Ciro Biderman for hosting the IDB for this dialogue so that we can talk about learning and the experiences, this amazing experience that is Sobral. Sobral is a real lighthouse that helps us learn how to move forward with methodology, but also and above all, how to face this worldwide crisis that many kids face, which is learning to read and write at the right age. Thank you very much. Again, it was a huge pleasure. You can rely on us. You can rely on the IDB. I am going to continue talking. It's the first time in the history of Brazil that the federal government has launched a program with a commitment to teach children how to read and write, not for the state to do whatever they want. There is a policy, a national federal policy to help state and municipalities do what they're supposed to do. Well, thank you very much, Viveo. In fact, this is inspired by the Sobral experience. Yes, we are all very much inspired, and we all have to celebrate these achievements. So thank you very much for being here with us, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
There was a lot of passion in that panel. What do you think here, the audience? Okay, we have audience here for the first time, and it's exciting. Thank you to this excellent panel for sharing with all of us this interesting case, highlighting the importance of policy reforms to improve educational literacy. It is a privilege to be able to listen to first-hand experiences for the betterment of the projects. It's been a morning filled with real cases and informative discussions. Now it's time for a short intermission. Let's reconvene at 2 p.m. in Washington. It's going to be very short at Washington, D.C. time, where we'll learn more about the role of private sector in driving inclusion and accelerating social impact in the region. For our online audience, we're eager to hear from you. Please drop us a comment and share your favorite session so far. Your feedback is invaluable. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Welcome back. Our last session of the day revolves around the private sector. The private sector is a crucial driver of inclusion and social impact in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. Businesses, through innovation, investment, and job creation, play a key role in uplifting communities, fostering growth, and supporting sustainable development. Their involvement encourages collaboration, amplifying efforts to tackle social challenges. Leading us in this dynamic session, we're honored to have Luis Gabriel Acevedo, Chief Strategy Officer at IDB Invest. He'll provide us with deep insights into the role of the private sector in promoting inclusion and driving social impact. Joining him, we have Teresa Gomez de Almeida, the CEO of Internet para Todos, Renato Veloso Díaz Cardoso, CEO, DR Consulta, Diana Barón, Sustainable Finance Director of Banco de Bogotá, and Ian Forbes, COO of Angostura Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome this exceptional team of experts. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, boa tarde. We have an exciting panel, a topic very dear to us at the IDB Group. And we have two of our invitees, panelists on virtual connection. And then we have Teresa and Diana here with us in person. So thank you so much, Renato, Ian, Teresa, and Diana, for being here with us. It's a very exciting mix. We have two young, successful companies with Internet para Todos and Dr. Consulta. And then we have two mature institutions, Banco de Bogotá, which I think was founded originally in 1870, and Angostura, also approaching 200 years. So this is a contrast that I think is going to add much value to our discussion. We also have panelists from 4 different sectors, the food and beverage sector with Ian in the Caribbean, the health sector with Renato in Brazil, Diana from the financial sector, and Teresa from the technology sector. So I think, an interesting mix for us. So it is an honor and a privilege to welcome all of you to this insightful discussion on the role of the private sector in promoting inclusion and accelerating social impact in our region. We are here to hear from our clients and partners today about the critical role they play in advancing the region's most pressing social issues, inclusion from a gender and a diversity perspective, and empowerment of vulnerable populations. And they are doing all of this while strengthening operational efficiency, enhancing value chain resilience, building reputation, and expanding investors' interest to penetrate new and, in many cases, unserved markets. Our panelists, as I told you at the outset, represent an array of private sector organizations, each uniquely contributing to social inclusion in their sectors, through their clients, and in their respective areas of influence. Throughout our discussion today, we will dive into the real-world experiences of Internet para Todos, Dr. Consulta, Banco de Bogotá, and Angostura on how each one of them, each one of these companies, have been doing business with social impact, as well as how they understand the challenges they have faced and the lessons they have learned and that they can share with us today. In addition to discussing the transformative power of inclusion, we will shine spotlight on the potential that innovative financial instruments such as blended finance, thematic bonds, among others, have to unlock new avenues for addressing pressing social issues and to create pathways for a more inclusive and equitable future in Latin America and the Caribbean. So, without further ado, let's dive into the enriching dialogue where your insights, Renato, Ian, Teresa, and Diana, will be instrumental to improving our work at the IDB Group and in providing a blueprint to other private companies in the region and beyond in shaping landscapes of social impact across their space and ecosystems. I'm gonna, to save time, I think all of you have seen the introductions online. No, very quickly, Teresa Gomez, Venezuelan, living in Lima, is the CEO of Internet para Todos. Diana Baron is the Sustainable Finance Director from Banco de Bogotá. Renato Cardoso in São Paulo is the CEO of Internet para Todos. And Ian Forbes in Trinidad is the Chief Operating Officer of Angostura Limited. So with that, I'm going to start with a round of questions to each one of our panelists. Then we're going to have a second round and hopefully time to hear questions from both the virtual as well as the presential audience. Starting with you, Teresa. Established in 2018, Internet para Todos is a young wholesale network operator backed by Telefónica del Peru, Meta, formerly known as Facebook, with financial support to equity investment from CAF and IDB Invest, offering mobile broadband service to unconnected and unserved rural populations in Peru, where conventional telecom infrastructure deployment is not yet economically feasible. To date, IPT has reached over 17,000 rural areas in Peru and connected over 3.3 million users by delivering quality retail mobile communication services. Teresa, tell us a bit more about this business model, shared network with Telecom in Peru, and how is it reducing the existing digital divide and transforming lives and livelihoods of first-time users on the bottom of the pyramid. Teresa, thank you, muchas gracias.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the IDB and BidInvest for this invitation. And on behalf of Internet for All, Internet para Todos, it's always a wonderful opportunity to exchange experiences to promote inclusion and thus accelerate and scale up the social and economic impact we're committed with. It's a pleasure to share this panel with my colleagues here. To begin answering your question, and within the context of this forum, I think it's important that we say that Internet for All changed a problem which was closing the digital divide and turned it into an opportunity in every sense of the word, because Internet para Todos, Internet for All, is a sustainable company with a social impact that seeks to improve the life of people through digital connectivity. And to set the basis of how all this began and how it all worked, we all know that the digitalization is that motor that promotes the economic and social development of countries, and that in Latin America we have more than 100 million people who have no internet or access to internet, or whose internet is very poor quality. And we also know that the operators like the telcos with their models have been unable to overcome those gaps that exist in these rural areas and bring them the necessary connectivity. These are gaps we all know. Things like low-density populations, very poor resources, complicated geographies, and even basic, inexistent infrastructures. So we had to change the way, we had to change the mindset, change paradigms, and even think of collaborative plans. And that's how Telefónica began, in fact. They first found other partners to share their same vision, working on a model, and that's how Internet para Todos begins, from a partnership with Telefónica and Meta, as you said initially, CAF, and BidInvest, creating Internet for All, which is a telecommunications company following a collaborative, sustainable model, quite innovative, whose objective is to close the digital divide in the rural areas in Peru, transforming the lives of people. So what do we do with Internet? We deploy mobile infrastructure, 4G, in all rural areas in Peru under a wholesale model. And the infrastructure is offered to the mobile operators in the country in a shared manner. And here's the first important milestone, the sharing, so that they can then extend their mobile services to these rural areas in a viable way. In fact, we put the infrastructure, they put the spectrum, and they keep the relationship with their clients. Internet for All not only does the investment of the infrastructure, we also operates and have managed in these 4 years of existence to become the banner operator, because we're not in the urban areas, we're only in the rural areas. And in these 4 years, we've managed to deploy more than 2,200 sites 4G and offering services to 3 mobile operators, which was very important, giving the mobile operators the possibility of following the model, of believing in the model. And that's how we've been able to connect 3.3 million people. Aside from that, in these 4 years, we've become partners, strategic government partners, because we have the same objective of reducing the digital divide, and we've become those strategic partners of these operators because they trust in the model. They understand that that's the way to reach the rural areas, and they understand that Internet for All is an extension of their own network. And also, and I think this is the key issue, they've understood that the way to bring connectivity to these rural areas, aside from competing, is sharing. That's the basis of this model, sharing. But Internet for All has also worked on partnering with the state, seeking synergies to do this. We've also been able to work with the providers in our value chain, training them. We had no way to, in other words, there was no people who were working, their prices were too high. We trained them and we allow them to use the standards that we suggest. And we've made the rural populations aware of these needs. Not all populations understand the value of Internet. We have to come and explain it to them, which is what we've been doing in these last 4 years of operation. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Synergy, the magic word now for our institutional strategies. Hopefully we can come back to this at the end.
In terms of inclusion, gender, and from the presential to the virtual space. And go to Renato in São Paulo. Boa tarde, Renato. In Brazil, there are around 135 million people who belong to the base of the socioeconomic pyramid and have limited access to health. The public health system has limited capacity to meet demands. Only 45% of the health facilities in the country are public and are unable to meet a great part of the demand. Compounding the problem, 30% of the municipalities in Brazil, and there are over 5,000 municipalities in Brazil, do not have a hospital. As a result, 40% of the patients see public health as a debilitated system. For this reason, Doutor Consulta began in 2011 with the aim to address the problem to low-cost clinics with focus on quality service and on the patients. Renato, at Doutor Consulta, the patient's journey is deeply embedded in technology, optimizing medical decision-making and processes to ensure the best clinical outcome at the lowest cost, and has presence in low-income regions in São Paulo. Can you please tell us how addressing people living in those urban and poor areas of the city requires a different approach, and why? Renato.
Bom, primeiramente gostaria de...
First, I'd like to thank you for this invitation to be here in such an important event, discussing the role of the private sector to accelerate social impact and to create inclusion. This is exactly what we do in Doutor Consulta. I am sorry, but I can hear my own voice.
I don't know if we can try. Renato, quando eu falo, você também tem retorno?
When I speak, can you also hear that? No, only when I speak.
Mas tudo bem, eu posso continuar assim. Então, esse cenário que você...
So what you just explained is very well explained. This is the situation we see here in Brazil in the health sector. As we know, Brazil has a public health system. It's one of the biggest in the world. And because of the size, the amount of people, and also the needs of the Brazilian people, these resources are limited. And we can't offer high-quality health services at the level that people need. So this is our role, to transform this sector. This is what Dr. Consulta does. We are an agent for transformation, change. We use a platform, a digital platform, and we try to be efficient and bring the best health services possible to people. And as you mentioned, the approach is essential. Of these 135 million Brazilians that you mentioned that don't have access to private health services, and in Brazil we understand these private services as health insurance. So you can imagine the type of challenge we have. These 135 million Brazilians that use the public unified health service called SUS, and that's where they can find services, public services. They might find the system, but they don't have doctors at the time that they need. They have to get in line, and then they have to get in line for an appointment, for an exam, and then to get results back. So there's this whole culture that is a negative culture. It's difficult to use this health system. So our approach is focused on bringing a new option, new culture for these people. So this population started using this health system, but they only seek the system when they have a complicated health issue. They don't use it preventively. So in our approach, we try to bring a new culture to this population. And this is a great challenge for us. We have to convince people that they shouldn't just go to the doctor when they have a health problem. They should routinely and preventively seek healthcare services. And this helps reduce costs for any health ecosystem. So in this approach, we can try to create a social, emotional relationship with the users. But this is a great challenge because it involves changing the culture. And in this approach, we also try to bring this low-income population the following. We try to bring this idea that their income is related to their time. So many times people work, it's not a formal job. Many times maybe they are a street vendor or they work in some other way. I can give you some examples. Let's say someone has an informal job, helps a family at home doing domestic work. So their time translates to income. That is, you use your time, you work, and you receive money for it. So in a public health system where you don't have a lot of speed, you can't use an online appointment, you can't see a doctor the same day, and you need to get an appointment for 3 months from now, and sometimes it's not a good time for you. So what we try to show is that there is accessibility. So we try to reduce the cost, and we also try to show that it's accessible, that you are available for people whenever they need these services, and that it's simple. And this reduces cost, and it doesn't affect their income because they don't waste their time. So that's the first approach. And this can make it possible to create a relationship with this user. So it is a transaction. And this is a challenge for us in this type of approach that we have. So we created an ecosystem throughout the years, and our name is Dr. Consulta. Consulta in Portuguese means appointment, a medical appointment. And throughout the years, we started to add primary and secondary healthcare to our system. And now you can find everything in our system. We are a vertical system. We have consultations and appointments, and we have exams, imaging exams. We have follow-ups. They can go back to the same doctors or see specialists. This is a very good system for people who have chronic issues, older people who always want to see the same doctors throughout the years. And so this is what we show to people, that we have this value. And it's important to have this full healthcare services cycle. And the cycle can happen in one day. And we have this in our slogan. You can get an appointment for the same day. This is very important for people's health. This is important so that they can keep their income and they're not, they don't waste their time. And also, we know it's difficult to take care of one's health. So we try to bring this approach to the healthcare environment and not talk about disease that much. It's healthcare, because a lot of people who use the public health services, they are in this disease cycle. They go to the doctor in the last minute when they have an health issue. And we try to bring them to this idea of health so you can have a good experience. It's a humanized model. Renato, I'm sorry, but I would need you to summarize your answer a little bit so that we can also hear some other panelists. Yes, of course. So we try to not make it so much a transaction, but to have a relationship with our users so that they can have a good experience.
Diana, no, gracias. Thank you so much again for being with us. Banco de Bogotá, a financial institution in Colombia for such a long time, but despite its large experience, a bank that continues to strive to modernize, to innovate, and a very strong supporter of this concept of sustainable finance. And you have a leading role in this process, Diana, and I would like to hear your thoughts on how Banco de Bogotá has and can continue to contribute to accelerate and strengthen women's role in economic growth in areas such as ownership or leadership of MSMEs, in entrepreneurial activities, as well as on women's role in incorporating sustainability practice to address climate change in their business activities. I know it's a long question, but I know you have experience to share with us. Thank you for being here again, Diana.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I love being in this panel. And if I could summarize it all, I would say to promote leadership amongst women. And the way Banco de Bogotá has done it, to try to answer all those questions, we have 3 steps. The first, internally. The bank has had, oh, thank you, yes. Thank you. So the bank has been working in what I would say an important journey towards diversity and inclusion, particularly in gender issues. So the first thing we did was to have a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy, which requires a reflection within the bank to consider the role of feminine leadership, which means that for about 3 years now, the bank has had a series of training programs, particularly for women playing leadership roles in the bank, explaining what it means to be a female leader first, and how to develop that leadership from the individual level, and identifying our micro-machismos and our own biases, which has been a very important experience. I can tell you that this type of training has not only been received by the women, it's also been received by some of the men in our organization who've taken the courses. And that has allowed us to go to take the next step. The next step is that the bank created a series of programs to work with entrepreneurial women, not only offering them financial services, normal financial services, but to learn to know them. So for about 2 years, and we're just about to begin the 3rd year, we established a partnership in the world of style, which is women changing the style. We choose 50 women, leaders in these businesses related to women's clothes or clothing, with sustainable practices in their productive processes. And we've been able to sit down with them and follow a training exercise with them. We've trained them on legal aspects, formalization aspects, marketing, financial aspects, normal financial aspects. But we've realized that for these enterprises to last and leave a track, we also have to train them with leadership programs.
Nuevo empoderamiento. Con estas dos bases, digamos lo que ya hacemos institucionalmente, más lo que hemos hecho a través de este programa, estamos ya listos para empezar a trabajar con las pymes. ¿Qué queremos hacer con las pymes? Con las pymes queremos empezar a entender toda la cadena de cómo estamos ofreciendo los servicios financieros a las mujeres. ¿Esto qué significa? Significa abordar los temas, por ejemplo, de los sesgos inconscientes en el otorgamiento de crédito. ¿Por qué si las mujeres somos mejores pagas que los hombres en promedio, por qué tenemos mayor rechazo? ¿Sí? En el momento de llegar a tomar un crédito. ¿Qué necesitamos cambiar en el banco para poder llegar y para poder comunicar mucho mejor cuáles son?
What do we need to do to understand their needs better and to supply better products? So thanks to the support of the IDB, BID Invest in particular, and another multilateral organization, we are initiating a study that will help us create that offering directly aimed at women entrepreneurs in Colombia. Now, most of what goes to SMEs goes to small enterprises led by women, or 25% actually, and it sounds like a small number. It shouldn't be just 25%. So we're sure that with this new product range and with our lessons learned, we'll be able to provide products so that women entrepreneurs can have the options they need so that they can generate also employment and economic growth.
Ian, are you connected? I'm not sure if we lost Ian Forbes. Why don't we get back then?
Yes.
Oh, you are? Oh,
I'm here.
great. Great,
Yes.
Ian.
My apologies. I had some connectivity issues. I had to get some support from our IT department.
That's
I
good.
am back.
I'm glad they got back right on time. So, no, all good, all good. Ian, you work for a company that's been in business for almost 200 years, so I think, which is a certificate or un atestado, as we say in Spanish, from about the resilience of your company on an area of the world where you don't see companies with such longevity. But Angostura also operates in an area where access to basic services is relatively limited and communities experience high degrees of poverty. How do you see the role of Angostura in improving the lives of the community it influences? And what tools have you used to create impact through your business? Thanks again for being with us, Ian.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure indeed. So Angostura has been in the community of Laventil, which is on the outskirts of our capital, Port of Spain. And like many cities, you have a sort of an urban center that builds up on the outskirts of an urban suburb that builds up on the outskirts of a city, which tends to be a little bit of a depressed area. Angostura has been in this area since 1949 when we built our distillery. A lot of people know Angostura for bitters, which is a flavor enhancer. And in a sense, we created that type of product in that category. But we are also a rum producer. And we have been in the area of Mova, Laventil, Beetham since 1949. So we've, as an organization, view this area as an area to which we are committed, an area that we have long been a member and a participant in this area. In this regard, we consider ourselves as being responsible for investing in the communities in which we reside. This is a fundamental principle which guides our corporate social outreach. And in particular, the bulk of our corporate social effort is in fact focused on what we call our fence line community. Our fence line community being the community within which we reside. Now, to be fair, while we do focus on the fence line community to a large degree, we also do projects within Greater Trinidad and Tobago. Notwithstanding that, within the fence line community, we feel that we have a responsibility to improve the lives of persons in that community, and we tend to show that commitment in terms of doing projects with stakeholders within that community. Key stakeholders would be governmental representatives, non-governmental organizations, community groups, schools, and other individuals who invest, so to speak, within the community. In terms of education, we view education as an opportunity to empower those persons within the community, and education is an area of great focus for us, both at the what we call primary level or the elementary school level, as well as the high school or secondary school level. We invest in individuals, schools, in terms of the physical infrastructure of schools, individuals in terms of investing in students, and investments could include books, it could include transport, it could include food, it includes after school support, homework support, and that is fundamental for us. So we feel that through empowering, through education, we'll create an avenue for persons to bring themselves out of poverty. In addition to that, we also invest in terms of persons within the community who may, let's say, not have requisite skills. We invested in particular in a construction technology training workshop working with Habitat for Humanity, which focused on men in defense line community. And the objective there was to impart a skill in terms of construction technology in the first year, and then later on in plumbing technology in the second year. And the objective was to create the possibility of imparting a skill that men could use to better themselves in terms of improving their chances of employment. One of the other issues which speaks to the question of inclusion is the fact that many of our employees are resident in this community. We do have employees from the Mova, Laventil, Beetham area, which is on that suburb that I mentioned on the outskirts of Port of Spain. And those persons are employees at various levels within our organization. And in that way, they also have the opportunity to better themselves in terms of getting a job that could create an opportunity for them to create wealth or to invest in their families and to create opportunities for their families. In some respects, because we are domiciled within the community, we show that commitment to persons from the community, which other employers may not be so willing to show. In other words, some employers might say, if you are from this area, you know, I think I will look for another candidate from another part of Trinidad or Tobago. We are not inclined to view ourselves that way. We employ persons from our community, and in a sense, we invest in the community in this regard. So we focus on education, we focus on social empowerment, we focus on working within the community, we focus on culture. One of the things that your panelists may not be aware of is that the community of Laventil was responsible for the instrument that we call the steel pan, which was recently recognized by the UN, insofar as we recently got an official day to celebrate the creation of the steel pan. The steel pan came from the community of Laventil historically. So while it's a community that has a tremendous amount of talent, and that means creative talent, it's often viewed upon as a disadvantaged community. So as a company with a global reach, Angostura has maintained that commitment to its fence line community. And finally, notwithstanding our deep commitment to our fence line community, we do also work with wider Trinidad and Tobago because we view ourselves as being successful because of the support that we receive from everyone in Trinidad and Tobago. And in that regard, once there's an opportunity to give back in any social way, we try our best to give back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And if I hear well, the response from our panelists, we have two companies here whose business is around inclusion, right? Both Internet para Todos and Autoconsulta built their business model around inclusion, focused on the base of the pyramid. Then we have two other large companies who have a wider business model, but which extract value to them from programs that promote inclusion, promote diversity. So it's very interesting. So let's go back to Teresa and see if we can have another round of questions, then save some time to the audience. Teresa, let's talk quickly about replicating, right? How, as IPT continues to grow, how do you replicate and expand this model throughout Peru and hopefully to other rural areas of Latin America? What have been your main challenges in establishing yourselves, and what do you see as the main lessons learned that you have gathered so that you can do differently in the future, or better, or expand faster?
Okay. Bueno, aquí es importante mencionar que
Well, here we need to mention that the impact we have achieved so far goes beyond the model of infrastructure sharing that we have at Internet para Todos. And it's because we scaled up our model. We included the state and other sectors within the private sector and other sectors of the economy. And here I can give you a very quick example. In 2020, during the pandemic, we were able to use all optic fiber transportation networks that we have to leverage our mobile deployment. So today, 25% of our rural deployment is using those regional networks. In terms of how we've been able to work with the state, with the government, and use those synergies, as I was saying earlier, we have a project. It's an initiative by the state, CANO it's called, where the obligation that operators have to pay the state for use of that spectrum, the state allows for that to be turned into deployment in rural areas. Internet para Todos is implementing that project. And what we've achieved also involves sitting down, promoting these venues where we can talk about public policy so we can provide greater flexibility and increase investment in rural areas. And as I was saying, not only did we broaden this and scale it up so we can cooperate with the state, we've also broadened our cooperation with others in the private sector. We have a new program called Juntos Conectamos, Together We Connect, where we seek that support, that financing from SMEs or from even bigger companies that can help us connect those populations that are within their range of action. That's how, with some of the mining companies that work in Peru, we've made sure that connectivity is part of their sustainability program. In English-speaking American countries, we are also working on similar projects where, in addition to connectivity, we establish partnerships so we can gain the ability we need, the capacity we need for educational programs, financing, and health programs. And well, so when you ask me, is the model ready to be replicated? I would say yes. We are, in fact, we have a successful model. And other aspects have been added to it based on our learning experience in Peru, and Telefónica, together with other partners that are already interested, are thinking of expanding it to other Latin American countries. We're working most eagerly with Colombia right now. But in Peru, I would say we've done a lot. There's a lot to be done. Still, a lot of people still need to be connected, but we continue to work on it. One of the challenges, and one of our lessons learned, is that we need to continue to work on innovation. There are technological solutions that we know need to be used so we can provide what is necessary in those rural areas. And also because innovation doesn't just involve finding these solutions, also optimizing investments and reducing operational costs so we can have a better quality service. In addition to creating these collaboration spaces and networks. And this is not a job for just one person. This is something where we need great coordination. We need to find new models for collaboration with the state and others in the private sector.
I think I'll go back to Diana first, and then back to Renato and Nia. Diana, when I presented you, I spoke about the sense of innovation that Banco de Bogotá brings and on sustainable financing. So I wonder if you could tell us a little bit how the issuance of the sustainable subordinated bond by Banco de Bogotá contributed to the promotion of sustainable agriculture in Colombia, and what plans does Banco de Bogotá has to amplify efforts in this area?
Bueno,
when we started thinking last year about using the sustainable coordinated bond for funds, one of the main, or for financing, one of the main areas we thought about was agriculture. We wanted to have sustainable agriculture as a recipient, but the bank didn't know exactly how to address the matter of sustainable agriculture because there are a lot of challenges involved. First, the sector in general has a huge challenge because it is an enormous sector. It's not the same to talk about flowers sustainably grown, or palm tree, or cattle ranching in a sustainable way. It's not the same to talk to an enormous agro-industrial company or the thousands of SMEs that are part of the sector. So it was a big challenge for us to see how we were going to address this sector in a sustainable way. So through the bond, we were able to bring in resources from Finance in Motion, from the European Union and the Eco Fund funds. And this taught us to do reviews and how to address agro matters through technical assistance, because the mission of the bond we put out last year isn't just one that brought us very significant resources for the bank in terms of capital and funding, but also in terms of technical assistance. And this technical assistance in particular has meant that in the first half of this year, we've been able to train the bank's commercial team for sustainable agriculture. So something that was very difficult last year, slowly and gradually we're gaining an understanding of it this year, because we focused on certain anchor sectors where we can also see a lot of potential, and we see that it makes economic sense to offer certification. An example I was giving recently is that certified coffee from Colombia, for example, has a higher price when it's certified as sustainable. And that additional price can reach the producer, making this an economically viable case. So this advice that we're getting from Finance in Motion has allowed us to better understand that sector and to, first of all, be able to lend to sectors that we would not have been able to lend to sustainably earlier, using green taxonomy, but also with a social impact. We believe that this link with thematic bonds is a long-term matter. We're very ambitious. We want to continue to offer advice to our clients and other productive chains so that they can produce in a more sustainable way.
Of technical assistance. Renato, back to you. Talking about trends with your vast experience serving the base of pyramid in Brazil, have you identified trends in terms of healthcare needs that differentiate vulnerable groups, for example, either by geography, by gender, by race, etc.?
Bom, Gabriel, essa é uma ótima pergunta.
That's a great question. As I've said before, Brazilians unfortunately have the bad habit of only looking for a doctor when he really needs it. In order to change this culture, we need to identify what people need and offer a more customized type of health service to each person. So what we practice is a healthcare offer where we have all of the specialties, all kinds of tests and exams in order to cover all the possibilities. And we've created healthcare lines that are specific lines. And this is the big difference between us and public health networks. We've created specific and complete lines of care for each type of person. They may be broken into type of problem, acute, chronic, gender, etc., based on the patient's data And we are a totally data-driven company. Everything that we do is based on data. And we work with a health care service based on value. So we capture the information about each person. We develop the protocols. And through algorithms, we are going to individualize. Using artificial intelligence, it is possible to send that person to a certain physician specific to each type of person, gender, age bracket. In other words, we are offering a healthcare service more oriented towards that one person. And at the level of family incomes, we always keep in mind that we are working with more vulnerable groups with very low income. Just to give you an example, we've created a product around 2 years ago. We've created a card as if it were like a subscription card for these medical appointments. Just to give you an idea of the sensitivity that we generate and the awareness, and we are now creating different families of cards oriented towards different audiences. But we've offered a subscription to up to 5 people, costing $7. For $7, it is possible to sign up and offer health services to oneself and one's family. And this could be a special consultation that would cost around $12, or if you go to a general practitioner, that might cost $8. And there are discounts offered at the level of tests and exams. So we'll look at the patient's data. We offer them a specific customized protocol to that patient. All of this makes the access easier. And of course, we've also created a number of functionalities to make this access easier. It is very important for us to work with data, be effective, design specific protocols for each type of people, and then to package this within a subscription that is very, very accessible.
Couple minutes left or 3 minutes left for a couple questions from the audience. Ian, you spoke a little bit when you explained to us all the efforts that you do in terms of inclusion around the communities where you are installed, where you operate. But can you tell me a little bit more about how you incorporate diversity and inclusion considerations into your own operations, and what have you learned from it? What value does it bring to your company?
Okay, Gabriel, thank you for your question. So, first of all, we consider ourselves to be an equal opportunity employer. We are, because we know it's the right thing to do. We believe it's the right thing to do. We believe it makes sense. We believe it makes the organization better. And most importantly, it's the law. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have an act, a decision of Parliament, which is the law, which states that the Equal Opportunity Act of Trinidad and Tobago prohibits discrimination based on sex, race, ethnicity, origin, religion, marital status, or disability in employment. And it applies to employment, training, education, and other fields of endeavor. And the Act also establishes an Equal Opportunity Commission and an Equal Opportunity Tribunal. So in a sense, it's the law. So that being said, Trinidad and Tobago is also a multi-ethnic society. We have people from many, many different ethnic ancestries and origin residing in Trinidad and Tobago. And we're happy to say that we do so in peace and harmony in Trinidad and Tobago. So we view our company as a microcosm of our society. That being said, you would look at our organization, and starting at the very top of the organization, at the level of the board of directors, you will see that you have women in the highest office in the organization. So we have directors that are women, and they are very accomplished, very experienced, very knowledgeable directors. So there's no limit to inclusion or exclusion on the basis of sexuality. At executive levels, you also see women well represented in our executive team. There's an excellent balance between men and women. And even all the way through the organization to the shop floor, you will see women well represented in the workplace by the nature of our manufacturing operations. So largely speaking, we view ourselves as representing Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the way our organization is structured, the way it looks, and the way it operates. And finally, all of this, apart from being enshrined by the law, is also enshrined within our policies, which speak very clearly to inclusion. So those are the areas in which we try to ensure that we're inclusive. And I mentioned it earlier in the first question, but we also employ persons from our fence line community, something which some employers in Trinidad and Tobago might think twice or three times about. But we have a mix of employees, some from our fence line community, and many from many other communities within Trinidad and Tobago. So we view ourselves, therefore, as an equal opportunity employer, and we try to reflect that in all of our policies and in the way our organization is structured and operates.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. I think we still have 5 minutes. Any questions from the audience? I have a curiosity listening to the team, but I don't know if we have questions either from the people here or online. Do we have? So let me open my Teams. Okay, we have a question that somehow Renato addressed, but I will throw to the panel, and maybe each one can have a minute to discuss it. The question is about data. Data or lack of data is an issue for social inclusion initiatives? If so, how to overcome this issue? So basically, the issue is data. Is it an obstacle?
¿Es un obstáculo a la mayor inclusión o cómo superamos? ¿Quiere alguien ser el primero?
Renato, Teresa,
Yo
Diana,
podría, sí, yo podría.
I could talk about that. In fact, yes, it is a problem. The lack of data on feminine business in particular, women's business. For the bank, it's been difficult to identify. If you don't have the data, it would be very difficult for you to adequately manage the needs. I insist, for example, on the fact that now 25% of all our credits are for women, but we think that we're not actually seeing other destinations that are there as well. So I think that it is a disadvantage. Obviously, we have an important opportunity now with the AI and with new forms of analytical data that will help us understand not only the demography better, but maybe the actual needs behind the SMEs, for example. But it is a problem. And I think that it'll be a wonderful opportunity for us to have a greater penetration into these businesses. Thank you, Teresa.
Because most of our audience is online, we should end on time. So we have about 55 seconds. So what I'm going to do is first thank our panelists again, Ian, Renato, Teresa, and Diana. I thought this was a very interesting discussion, and I would like to highlight very quickly 2 factors. One is the opportunity factor of developing businesses focusing on inclusion in general, be it of gender, race, age, vulnerable groups. And we have examples of that. And the other part of the value proposition we heard from the panelists in different forms is the value that inclusion brings to their own business, to better decision-making, to operational efficiency, to doing better their work, and to promoting innovation. So with that, I would like to ask a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. And have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Well, well, important announcements. Thank you to our esteemed panel of experts. Your insights have provided invaluable lessons on the role of the private sector in driving inclusion and boosting social impact. What a rewarding way to wrap up today's discussions. It's been a privilege to learn from such an array of accomplished individuals. Tomorrow promises to be another exceptional day with a focus on sustainable infrastructure. We'll be exploring the critical question, what is the role of infrastructure in economic growth, social inclusion, and sustainability in the context of post-COVID recovery, fiscal constraints, and climate change? I'm already excited to listen all of our panelists. This is also for the online, about the credentials. In the chats, we're sharing a link. Please follow the link and you will get your credentials eventually. It has been a little delayed and we're very happy to tell you that there's a lot of people connected. So that makes a little delay on giving you the credentials, but they're on their way, okay? Thank you very much and I'll see you tomorrow once again.